Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The event will begin shortly. Request everybody to occupy the front rows. Thank you so much. Please occupy the front rows. Thank you. The event shall start in a couple of minutes. Request everybody to occupy the front rows. To maintain the decorum of the event, request you to keep your mobiles in silent mode. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Invocation, Vande Mataram.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram. Shubhra-jyosna pulakitayaminim Pullakusumita drumadala shobhinim Suhasinim sumadura bhashinim Sukhadam varadam mataram Vande Mataram Vande Mataram.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this exciting journey, I request the luminaries on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp, making the beginning of this memorable event markable. I invite the music students, fine arts to join us.
गोप्यतरं लोके यद्यस्ति शृणुषा कला सद्यो जातं महीपूषा रमा ब्रह्मा त्रिवृत्स्वरः वामदेवं महाबोधदायकं पावकात्मकं विद्यालोकसमायुक्तं भानुकोटिसमप्रभम् अघोरं सलिलं चन्द्रं गौरीवेदद्वितीयकं नीरदाभं स्वरं सान्द्रं दक्षिणाग्निरुदाहृतम् यत्तत्तत्पुरुषं प्रोक्तं वायुमण्डलसंवृतं पञ्चाग्निना समायुक्तं मन्त्रशक्तिनियामकम् ईशानं परमं विद्यात् प्रेरकं बुद्धिसाक्षिणम् आकाशात्मकमव्यक्तम् ओङ्कारस्वरभूषितम् पञ्चाक्षरमयं शम्भुं परब्रह्मस्वरूपिणं नकारादियकारान्तं ज्ञात्वा पञ्चाक्षरं जपे पञ्चब्रह्मात्मिकीं विद्यां योधीते भक्तिभावितः स पञ्चात्मकतामेत्या भाषते पञ्चधा स्वयम् सर्वं पञ्चात्मकं विद्यात् पञ्चब्रह्मात्मतत्त्वतः सर्वं पञ्चात्मकं विद्यात् पञ्चब्रह्मात्मतत्त्वतः सर्वं पञ्चात्मकं विद्यात् पञ्चब्रह्मात्मतत्त्वतः पञ्चब्रह्मात्मतत्त्वतः पञ्चब्रह्मात्मतत्त्वतः
Ladies and gentlemen, as Robert Swan rightly said, the greatest danger to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. This echoes with our conference objective, as resource exploitation, waste generation, and increased emissions are impacting nature and life on the earth. As we are aware, 2.1 billion tons of waste generation at present are estimated to reach a colossal dump of 3.4 billion tons by 2050, while India contributes to 12% with 17.7% of the global population. An increase in global mean temperature creates problems in human and civilization. To achieve sustainable development goals and make the world comfortable for the next generations, we have to change the consumption patterns to reduce waste generation with resource efficiency and convert waste into valuable products, decarbonizing the processes. The overall aim of the 14th ICON SWMCE and IPLA Global Forum 2024 is to facilitate discussions and knowledge sharing among various stakeholders such as the government, academic and research institutes, industries, urban local bodies, NGOs and other interest groups from various countries to address above issues involving 800 delegates from nearly 60 countries who are joining us for the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, with this preamble, I take the pleasure of inviting Professor Gautam Raviaju, Vice Chancellor in charge, Geetham University, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished guests on the dais, my colleagues in Geetham, the organizers of this 14th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management, Circular Economy, research scholars, and other friends. It's my pleasure and honor to extend a warm welcome to all the participants in this 14th International Conference. And I know there are many experts in the circular economy or waste management, and I understand how difficult it is to say something in the presence of these galaxy of stars I can see. Let me make a modest attempt to give a welcome address. Yesterday, we had a wonderful event where we had, I think, more than 1,000 school children participated along with their teachers and the headmasters to send the message that we have a huge task at hand, which in the form of circular economy. Circular economy is something that we all need to encourage. The linear economy which we depended on, unfortunately, resulted in unprecedented levels of challenges such as waste management, depletion of natural resources. And we have been watching for a long time, both in the national press and in the international press, about the need for practicing principles of circular economy to improve the way we live on this earth. However, as humans, God created us as very selfish. The way we produce, we consume, we dispose, unfortunately left much to be desired. As a result, today we are lamenting that we have a problem at hand for us, and more so a few years down the line. I'm sure we are all aware the growth trajectory today India is going through. We are heading to become the third largest economy in the world behind US and China. So to move from now to 2030 to become the third largest economy in the world, we will require huge amount of energy. And scientists are wondering whether we will be able to create enough energy without damaging the economy further. Initially, I want to talk about the Indian scenario, because I'm sure as Indians, we all believe in inclusive growth. We believe in giving freedom to humans, our fellow citizens, as a democracy. We believe in people pursuing what they like most. That may result in some damage to the society at large. Every effort we make to achieve economic growth has got implications for the economy we live in. No wonder we have started experiencing many challenges. I'm sure you all agree with me what is happening in northern India today. Even though Delhi is hitting the headlines being the capital city, it is not just limited to Delhi. It is, I'm sure, it's also happening in Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, even West Bengal. The entire belt has been influenced. Today, people are even struggling to come out of their homes because they know their life is at risk. We don't need any more examples of how devastating it can be if we don't do things properly. I know enough is enough. We can't reverse the damage that was already done, but surely we should behave from now on responsibly. I'm sure you all agree with me, circular economy is not a problem that can be handled by any single country or a single institute. It is so massive, so huge that all of us need to chip in. I heard people commenting, don't worry about the way we live, whatever mess we create, our government is there not to resolve it. Unfortunately, government agencies face the wrath of the general public every time they see a natural calamity. Little did we realize that it is our problem. It's not the problem of the government. We are the creators of the problem. Therefore, the challenge lies in our hands. Let the circular economy be not a rhetoric, hitting the headlines in the newspapers. All of us have a role to play, whether it is energy conservation or it is recycling of waste. I'm sure yesterday, while inaugurating, Honorable GVMC Commissioner has said that Visakhapatnam alone is responsible for some X tons of solid waste, X million liters of water waste. He gave some statistics which are quite alarming. So we need to arrest this trend. We can't afford to lament anymore. All of us should do our bit. Government is doing its bit. I'm sure our memory is not feeble to forget. Not long ago, government brought in Ujjwala scheme, right? That was meant to replace the traditional electricity bulbs used in houses, used as street lights. But again, as I said earlier, no single government, no single country can face this challenge. I know I might sound alarming, but that is the ground reality. So each one of us, today I'm sure I'm speaking with scientists here, technocrats, research scholars, all of us, the academia, the industry, the government agencies, the civil society through the non-governmental organizations, all of us have to play our part to supplement what the governments are grappling with. We talked about the electronic waste. Let's not blame anyone. I'm sure all of us, every time I'm no exception either. Every time there is a new model of iPhone coming onto the market, we change it. Even though the features are rather few, we change it because we would want to show that we have the latest version of the iPhone. But do we think about the kind of e-waste we are creating? No. A lot of us, when we leave our offices, we leave our ACs on and the electricity, all the lights are on. Do we switch them off before we leave the office? We don't do it either. So when you talk about energy efficient economies, where does the efficiency come from? If it doesn't come from us, we shouldn't expect someone to come from heaven to repair the damage which we are causing. So I would like to challenge the scientists who are participating in this workshop. You engage deeply with your fellow scientists. You share your expertise and come up with solutions that can be implemented religiously. I've been watching several resolutions have been made both in the national and international fora. But then, are these respected? Are these implemented religiously, both in letter and spirit? So honestly, we have to question ourselves. Of course, the scientists are here, the engineers are here. I'm sure I'm going to request my colleagues in engineering. People are talking about the use of artificial intelligence. I know people may say, AI for circular economy? Yes, the answer is an emphatic yes. AI is all pervasive. They need to provide solutions, for example, by studying the historical patterns of temperatures. They can suggest the government on how we can get the best production out of the solar energy systems. So we need to put our heads together, all of us, technocrats, scientists, government, NGOs. Let's build a world. Let's build a world where both industrial growth and sustainable environment, they can stay together. They go hand in hand. It's not one at the expense of the other. But surely it requires a lot of courage and conviction on the part of all of us. As I said earlier, I'm sure is it 3 more days to go or 4 more days to go? 3 more days to go. So I expect some serious brainstorming among the various participants. And we are all eagerly waiting what the resolutions will be on the last day. My only request is, please spend time in creating awareness about the problems that are looming large, problems that cannot be neglected anymore. We are seeing what kind of damage being done, including our climate changes. Climate changes predominantly, they are coming in because the way we produce, we consume, and we dispose of things. We have no respect for the nature. Right? In order to achieve our certain times selfish goals, and I say selfish not necessarily as individuals, exploitation of natural resources. That is where the depletion is coming into play. Can we focus more on renewable sources of energy? Can we focus more on rather efficient technologies that will help us to keep the future for the ones to follow us? As people say, when you come onto this world, you have to leave it in a better shape than you found it yourself. But are we doing it? I think that is the question we all need to ask, including myself. So with these few opening remarks, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Sir, all the invited guests, both online and offline. Once again, I wish you a wonderful, fruitful conference. And as I said earlier, we will wait for the outcomes of this. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome note. And I'm very confident that this platform would surely allow us to explore a few viable solutions for the concerns that are raised. Thank you very much. I now invite Professor Sadan K. Ghosh, President ISW MAW, to explain the theme of the conference.
Very good morning, respected people on the dais and sitting in front of us. Today, this is the first day of the conference, 14th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management and Circular Economy, an IPLA Global Forum. This year, our main focus is look to yourself and perform for better environment. The second one is educate our children, the next generation who will take the baton for sustainable development. This conference, though it is the first inaugural program, we had a program for the school children yesterday. We trained and encouraged 600 school children and their principals to adopt circular economy. And possibly the way we are going ahead for encouraging teaching and practicing by the students of the school, this is, I discussed with my friends who have come from foreign countries and also in other information. Our project, we have a mission that catch them young, zero waste and circular economy in campus, mainly for the schools and colleges. And this is the first of its kind of mission which we have started in India, which is nowhere in the world. For you all, from this platform, I like to request you, I like to appeal to you, don't be frustrated that we have so many leakages, but be encouraging and assertive that we have to do something. And for that, whoever are there on your left, right, behind and front, including the children, please try to encourage them and give them awareness that waste management and circular economy is the need of the day in our day-to-day life. Only this part, the message which we want to give to all of us from this platform of Icon SWM, that kindly look into yourself, that what you are doing. We have number of rules and regulation in India, so many, specifically for the waste management. And if we look into it, already Vice Chancellor told, and I believe that our chief guest, the Chairman Pollution Control Board, will also highlight. If you ask me how many types of waste we are generating, actually the answer is, I cannot answer you. Because everything which we are using, it has a waste. And there are several types of waste. I mean, we have identified only a few types of waste. We have the rules for those. And please remember, only as it was mentioned by the Commissioner GVMC, that only in Vizag, nearly 1,200 metric tons of waste generated per day. But keep in mind that in India, we are generating more than 62 million tons of waste in a year. But that's not all. You have to keep in mind that 1,500 million tons of waste we are generating. MSW is only a part, which is 62 million tons. What are there? Sludge. It's a waste and it is creating problem. Construction and demolition waste. We were not bothered 15 years ago, but now we have to bother. Plastic waste, electronic waste, the battery. We have a rule of the battery for the bigger batteries, but the small battery, it is really a problem for all of us. You don't know what to do with that battery, small battery, pencil battery, and we are throwing anywhere. We are putting into the waste bin. No, it should not be. Medical waste, then hazardous waste, industrial waste, enormous. So, forget about how much we are generating. But from this platform, we are giving you the message that try to reduce your consumption pattern. Don't take food what you cannot need, you cannot consume. Take that much of food which you can wholly consume, and after you eat, the plate will be quite, clean. And this should be done in all the cases of life. I was referring in another place. 20 years ago, I had only one pen my father purchased for me. And today, you are purchasing for your kids, and they themselves also purchase. And if you go to his or her table, reading the study table, you will find at least 25 pens. But how many they are using? Only one. And if you pick those up, you will find that 12 or 15 is not working. So this is the rich pattern of consumption. If I am not rich, but my consumption pattern is rich. So please, try avoiding excess consumption. And as a matter of fact, if you go to SDG 12, Sustainable Development Goal, you will find that. That is our dictum. We have to do it. So I'll not take much time. And we have started this journey of ICON SWM from International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water in 2009 in Kolkata. And thereafter, this conference is going around the country. And possibly if my friends are there from Indonesia, next time either it will be in Indonesia as a part of it or in Philippines. So I invite all of you to come. And the second thing, the 14th conference, what we do is, in the 14th conference, we already announced the venue of 15th conference. We finalize it. So please be with us. We don't need money from you, but we need your goodwill to reduce the consumption pattern, to reduce the waste generation, and whatever you left with the waste, you please follow the recycling, reuse, and reduce, and the circular economy. And the last point I will tell you, I am in favor of the implementation of circular economy in the school level. The school children must know what is it. Then it will be a very good contribution towards sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With great delight, I invite the guest of honor, Dr. Krishnakant Pulicherla, Scientist E, Technology Translation and Innovation Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to share his insights on this occasion.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers, and delegates of this international conference, And importantly, today I got opportunity to see Dr. C.L. Venkatrao Garu. Namaste, sir. So, good morning, everyone. Very first, I want to thank Professor Raja because he gave me chance to come out of the gas chamber. It's as if I came out of ICU from Delhi. So last few weeks to days, the average AQI was around 500. Today, I inhaled the air of AQI less than 50. So I feel so light and fresh. So thank you, Raja. So some report is saying that living in such kind of places like Delhi is as of smoking 50 cigarettes a day. Usually I used to advise my friends to take care of their health. Now they are seeing pity on me because I'm smoking much more cigarettes than them. So, there is a disclaimer usually, appears before starting of any movie. Smoking kills, smoking causes cancer, alcohol injurious to health. But before that, they should say about AQA levels now for the more publicity. So, our Vice Chancellor was saying, there is a saying, ignorance and innocence is a bliss for human beings. But as Sir was saying, it's correct. It's not ignorance, it's a negligence. It's not innocence, it's ignorance and negligence, what we're seeing here. So, if you see, it's for us, everyday story in Delhi for us. It's not only because of winter and agriculture burning, sir. Everyday story because of sanitary landfill fires. Any day if you see Delhi, that will be there. And vehicle pollution. In such a small Delhi, 2 crore is a population and nearly 1 crore vehicles are there. The third thing is the kind of oils and fuels used in the furnaces in the local small and micro scale industries. They're all the reasons. So everyday story is the same: poor, severe, and the last few weeks here we are in the hazardous in the AQLI. So in every year, only in the news we'll see in the winter time about these farm fires, but it's not just in Delhi and North India. My dear friends, it is across the nation, these agriculture burning practices are there. So only in North India, Delhi is visible because of the winter season and very low wind speeds. So this cannot be solved until unless the scientific community here gives a remunerative option for the farmers. Whatever policy you bring in, ultimately, we cannot maintain for a long time until unless we give a remunerative option for the farmers. So when we come for this kind of conferences and workshops, of course, we see many exciting process, technologies. Yesterday, somebody is sharing the photographs of yesterday's event. They were very interesting. We should appreciate their scientific curiosity. But many technology developers will miss 1 or 2 important points. One is the economics part of it. Second thing is the supply chain and the market risk. So, until unless they address this, ultimately, lately they realize the viability of their processes, and we don't properly study techno-economics, we will not be able to attract the private players, investors, and entrepreneurs. If no entrepreneur, it will not reach to the field and masses. So even for today's conference, I was told by one of the coordinator that they have received 600 papers. That's really wonderful. But friends, Indian scientists contribute about 4 to 5% of the total global publications in the waste management sector, environment and waste management sector. But though it is of course little encouraging, but when you see the counterparts, US and China, their share of publications is 15-20% in this specific domain. So there is a huge room still to improve. But my point is, even if you catch hold of these 5% of the people contributing this specific sector, and we can help them to translate these scientific findings for the field applicable, scalable technologies, we can make a remarkable change. So Geetham University, having a DST technology enabling center, I am sure they will make use of all these discussions, what's going to happen in the next 3 days. We can help them for the translation of that. So other important thing which I want to mention here is, we should not ignore this. So attracting and promoting the startups and investors in the recycling sector is not that easy. Not like every other sector, what we are seeing the startup promotion. Because if you see its own challenges, first thing is issues concerned to the adopting the technologies which were developed elsewhere in the world. Because here, highly diversified waste, the type of waste, the complexity are huge. So a lot of customization is required. Second thing is the supply chain management. Logistics management in the raw material for the waste management is the biggest challenge here. Third thing is now government is pushing for the zero solid liquid discharge, but technologically we are not ready. Any process, like sir was mentioning, any process technology, you say there will be some other byproduct or some other waste material will be generated. We need to address that. The other point is, for the public point of view, acceptance of the recycled material, even though it is 2 rupees cheaper, there is some inhibition from the public side. And the investment and the returns on investment in this recycling takes longer time. And the most important thing is the incentive mechanism. Professor Ghosh was also mentioning, and VC was also mentioning about the, pencil cell he was talking about. I always used to say that when I go for replacement of a pencil cell battery, if the shop guy gives me 2 rupees discount, then I never throw that pencil cell. Out of 15 rupees, 1 or 2 rupees, that's how we can promote the public. So channelizing, supply chain, everything can be addressed by incentive mechanisms. So lastly, by saying Mahatma Gandhi's quotation, I'll end my speech. The earth, the air, the land, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand over them at least as it was handed over to us. Thank you once again for all the organizers, and wishing all the very best for everyone. And lastly again, thanks to Professor Raja. There is a song in Tamil, Raja Kai Vacha Rangai Ponade Illa. So I know whatever he does, I'm always with them. Thank you, Raja, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing the pertinent issues and concerns that impact our everyday existence. And thank you for the Tamil song that you've sang for Raja, sir. Now I request our guest of honor, Shri P.S. R.K. Prasad, Director and Executive Vice President, Corporate Engineering Services, NATCO Pharma, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the dais, and honorable guests, and dear students. Because I'm among the student community here. If I'm there in the industry, it would have been different, but it's for you. You people are the ones who are going to take it forward. Since I'm from the pharma industry, I would like to tell from the industry's perspective of this circular economy or sustainability or whatever. It has so many, words, so many ways of telling these things. Nowadays, there are so many, you can imagine, they call it sustainability, they call it ESG, what not. So what is all this? From the industry's point of view, I would like to share a couple of things. So the pharma industry, 3 decades back, we only have to do productivity, how to do production, innovate a new molecule, put it into the market, as much as possible produce. That was the theme in those days. Later on, it's not just production. The industry got exposed to the international markets. Then came the quality aspects. We had to meet the international standards with respect to quality. The quality assurance came into picture. Good manufacturing practices came into picture. So we were completely busy on that, production, quality. What are the remaining things? We were not really serious on that. When you innovate a molecule, along with that, as our speakers were telling, there will be some byproducts. We were not talking about the byproducts in those days. Just produce, develop a new molecule, and release it to the market with quality, because we are exposed to the international markets. Then we were exposed to new regulations the government of India started. New regulatory bodies started coming into. That is the environmental, that is from the safety angle. There were so many regulations started coming in. In those days, we were not ready. The industry was not ready to meet all those regulations. It took some time. The industry had to struggle. I would like to only talk about a good industry, a responsible industry. I'm not going to, sir, talk about the irresponsible industry because that's not the point. We are talking about the responsible industry, how one should inculcate and take it forward. So when we start talking about the technologies, new technologies had to be adopted. Technologies were not available. We were talking about zero effluent management systems. We were talking about landfills. We were talking about all these, newer regulations with respect to environmental laws because we are exposed to the international markets. And the Indian government also started increasing the standards, rules, and regulations started coming in. Industry had to adopt to all that. So it took some time. Then, you know very well nowadays, if an unsafe practice or an unsafe act that took place in industry, what is the cost of that? There is an environmental cost, there is a human cost. All that led to a lot of expenditure to the industry because of their irresponsible way of dealing with unsafe conditions and the management of factories. So we had production, productivity, quality control, then the environmental and safety. These three have come into picture. We had to, work on those three lines. Then came, it's not just enough for, these three to be there in the industry to sustain. It's not enough. There has to be a third element, fourth element. What is that? Then came the social. We have to be accepted. The industry had to be accepted by the society around. The society means what? It is the internal as well as external society, surroundings, including the people in general. So, what are the social activities? We had to do the 2% CSR funding, 1.5% of the infrastructure funding, all that, this funding started coming in. Industry started spending money, but it has to be spent in a responsible way. It has to be useful for the society. If it is not useful, our existence in that locality is going to be very difficult. So the trust started coming in. As a NATCO, we started a trust which was 25 years ago when nobody was there in the pharma industry. The trust started spending more than 2%. In those days, the CSR was not there, but as a NATCO, we were spending more than that. And the result of that is when we had a public hearing, everybody started fearing about public hearing in those days. And we had a public hearing because we were behaving responsibly to the society. During that public hearing, collector was very, very afraid how this is going to shape, because in those days, the public was very agitated about the expansions, new projects and all that. So our chairman started spending all this for the society in and around. And during the public hearing, no person has said anything negative about our company. And they had one photo he took one of the photos of our chairman and he said, no, we need this company in our area. He is our God. Why that has happened? It's nothing but the societal, how we behaved to be there as a part of the society, that has helped us. That is environmental angle, societal angle. And then, all this is what? Nothing but governance. How do we govern our activities? right from the board level, we had this core team to look into this environmental angle, societal angle, and the responsible behavior by the management. So all these three is nothing but ESG, which we are talking about it today. So without knowing, we were doing it for the last 25 years, so we are able to be sustained in this business today. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to move forward. We have no fear of expansions. Why is that? Because the industry started behaving responsibly. Environmentally, we are responsible. Societally, we are responsible. And then we are giving it back to the society. We are not making profits. We are making profits by innovating, by recycling, by reusing, and also that innovation of a product till the end of cycle. So how are we recycling it? How are we putting it back into the system? That's where the industry has to behave responsibly in doing this circular. Circular economy means what? We have to encompass all these things. It is not just generation, it is also recycling, reusing, and giving it back part of what we are doing to the society, what we are gaining to the society. This is nothing but, this is circular economy. It is not only waste management. We are talking about efficiencies, operational efficiencies. We are talking about newer technologies to treat, to the landfills. There's no landfill now. All our waste go back to the cement plants. Everything goes back to the cement plants for a reuse purpose. So we don't have to worry about any generation of waste and then lying there at our premises. This is possible only if the technologies that are available are adopted in the industry to our needs. Because there is nothing like a technology that is available for this particular industry. We have to adopt that technology available to make it sure that it is successfully implemented in the industry. This is what I just wanted to tell. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I have a small affinity to Geetam. Geetam campus is excellent. I have seen it after so many years. Beautiful campus. I'm sure students, you must be very happy that you are studying in this university. University started developing, evolving with so many departments. All those departments, I'm happy to see the Department of Technology Development. See, the older universities where we studied, they're all there. But the newer industry like Geetam, when they started adopting this, newer technologies, new way of doing things, I'm sure university will generate a lot of talent which will be helpful for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing the industry perspective with us, sir. Thank you so much. I invite our guest of honor, Professor Shireen Kamil Amin, National Research Center, Egypt, to address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, estimated colleagues and honored guests, good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today at the 14th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management and Circular Economy 2024. We are gathered here at the critical moment in history as the world grapples with the growing challenges of waste, resource depletion, and climate change. Let me begin by acknowledging the vision and leaderships of all the organizations and individuals involved in making this forum possible. Your dedication to sustainable waste management and the transition to circular economy is commendable. This conference serves as a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility to safeguard the future of our planet for generations to come. In the coming days, we will hear from leading expertise innovators and practitioners who are already driving change in waste management and circular practices, from new technologies in recycling to innovative business models that prioritize sustainability. There is much to be excited about. I encourage all of you to engage in these discussions with an open mind, to challenge assumptions, and to consider how we can all contribute to this transformative movement. The collaboration between Egypt and India is illustrated in the country's continuous exchange of expertise and scientists and applications of technology in the field of solid waste management and applied in India. During my repeated visits for international conference to India over the past few years, I have been impressed by the effective implementation and maintenance of solid waste management rules, the strict guidance and oversight provided by the Pollution Control Board have been instrumental in ensuring adherence to these regulations. This experience has been particularly enlightening for me, especially from the perspective of my own country, Egypt. The successful management of solid waste in India offers valuable lessons and insights that can be applied to address similar environmental challenges in Egypt. As someone familiar with the environmental challenges faced by Egypt, I firmly believe that adopting similar strategies and best practice from Indian experience could significantly benefit our country's effort to address solid waste management and environmental sustainability. On the other hand, my association with Professor Ghosh has been enlightening, as we have collaborated on several projects and publications. He has always been my guide in the exchange of knowledge ideas between the two countries. This experience has greatly contributed to the betterment of our solid waste management practice. Notably, our research has focused on case-based field studies, which have provided valuable insights and practice knowledge. I also wish to highlight the role of international cooperation in achieving our goals. No nation, no city, no company can solve the waste crisis alone. We must work together across borders, industries, and sectors, sharing best practice and supporting one another to build the global solutions needed for sustainable future. In closing, let me leave you with this thought. Sustainability is not just as option for the future, it is a necessary for today. The choices we make now will shape the world we leave behind for our children and grandchildren. As we gathered in this forum, we are presented with a unique opportunity to shape a future where resources are usually, waste is minimized, and ecosystems are protected. Let us seize this moment, let us work together, and let us lead by examples. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your research experiences, ma'am. I request our guest of honor, Mr. CRC Mohanty, UNCRD Japan, to share his thoughts. He's joining us online for this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me? Yes. Am I audible? No? Yes. Go ahead. Sir, yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gitam University, Professor Gautam Rao Yeju, President of the International Society, Professor Sadan Ghosh, dignitaries on stage, distinguished delegates, scientists, participants, and resource persons. At the outset, on behalf of UN Center for Regional Development, UN DESA, we would like to convey our deep appreciation and gratitude to the society and the Gitam University for co-organizing this integrated event of 14th ICON SWM and 2024 IPLA Global Forum. And also we are very encouraged to hear the mega event that you organize involving more than thousands of children to educate them on circular economy. As you all know, IPLA is a SDG partnership, international partnership for expanding waste management services of the local authorities. And the society is acting as the global secretariat for IPLA in close coordination with the United Nations Center for Regional Development. Honorable Vice Chancellor set the tone very well actually in the beginning of the conference through his valuable deliberations on circularity and sustainability. If we see in last 50 years, the global use of materials have nearly quadrupled, outpacing the population growth, whereas half of the total greenhouse gas emissions and more than 90% of the biodiversity loss and water stress come from the resource extraction and processing. Rising waste levels accompanied by rapid urbanization and acceleration of consumption, with over 90% of all materials extracted and used are wasted. The rate of extraction has continued to threaten the planet's future and consequently the human lives on it. On the other hand, we see that only 8.6% of the materials make it back into the economy. If we see at international level, unfortunately, the discussions dominate on the technological cycle, predominantly focusing on the waste management domain only, reduce, reuse, recycle of waste. That is the technology cycle of the circular economy. But not much discussion is happening around the biological cycle. How we can actually regenerate, restore our ecosystem, the natural ecosystem, how we can actually make our ecological assets, our land ecosystem, water and ocean, mountain ecosystem, resilience against all the threats. Even if you look into the 3 Rio Conventions, UNCCD, United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification, CBD, Convention on Biodiversity, UNFCCC, the Framework Convention on Climate Change. If you see in their converging point, there are 3 important things: conservation and protection of natural resources, sustainable use, better use of resources, and restoration of all the ecosystem. So we need to also see this aspect of the circular economy. We also need to see how we can actually harness, we can make use of nature-based solutions while advancing the circular economy. I was attending a meeting in Bangkok just the last 2 days, a couple of days before. It was a consultation meeting with the ASEAN on the new declaration for Asia Pacific on 3R and circular economy. The IUCN delegate was saying that around 43 countries have mentioned nature-based solutions as part of their climate mitigation measures, that is the NDCs, nationally determined contribution. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs not only call for equitable economic growth, but also provide an important political and institutional framework to implement resource efficiency measures to achieve circular economic development, which can create the conditions for sustainable development, meeting the need of the growing population without relying on the use of the primary resources or the virgin raw materials. Resource security, environmental benefits, and sustainable economic growth are at the heart of the circular economy. So in this regard, I would also urge this forum that is taking place in Visakhapatnam to emphasize on the biological cycle of the circular economy, how we can actually protect the planet's vital ecosystems. Last but not the least, I would like to just mention here that UNCRD convenes every year a high-level forum with the involvement of the 40 countries, which is called the Regional 3R and Circular Economy Forum in Asia Pacific, that invites multiple line ministries, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Urban Development, and also the Ministry of Rural Development, etc., to have an integrated discussion on various aspects of circular economy, which is multi-sectoral, which also needs tremendous cooperation among the line ministries. We need to also take into account the vertical cooperation between the city governments and the national governments in advancing the circular economy. The next forum, which is the 12th forum, will be hosted by Government of India from 3rd to 5th of March next year. Jaipur city of Rajasthan in India to discuss and adopt in 2034 on sustainable 3R and circular economy for Asia Pacific to achieve resource efficient, clean, resilient, and sound material cycle and low carbon society in Asia Pacific. This new declaration, etc., aiming to achieve zero waste and circular societies and also expedite the acceleration of the consultations are taking place, a series of consultations on the new draft declaration and developing states, which was held in May in Samoa in Pacific. The second consulting was held in Vientiane, Laos PDF in August. And just a couple of days before, 10 ASEAN countries on the new declaration at UNESCAP in Bangkok. So we invite all of you to join the India 3R Forum, which will be held on again 3rd to 5th forum with scientific and research institutions, civil society, NGOs, and all other international organizations. Thank you so much, Professor Ghosh.
Thank you, Mr. Mahanti, for sharing and emphasizing the aspects to save the planet and for a better world. Thank you very much. I now request our special guest, Sri M. Jnanasundaram, Vice President and Head, MFG Visakhapatnam Coromandel, to share his thoughts.
Namaskaram. Honorable Chairman, Pollution Control Board, Vice Chancellor, and other dignitaries on the dais, and the eminent personalities and the student community attending this conference. So when we were marched towards this conference hall, I could able to see a beautiful portrait put by Geetam, which is having our famous personality of our era, Dr. Abdul Kalam, with a quote that it is very difficult and challenge to reach any height. Either it is Everest or it is your professional career. I can relate it. It's the same thing when we wanted to take it up to this today's conference. It is very difficult and challenging to achieve this zero economy and to have a sustainable operations. But the quote itself answered, the Everest was not peaked or not touched. It was conquered, correct? Likewise, this process, this theme of zero economy, sustenance, operation also will be achieved. To achieve that, this type of conference is paving us a greater support. Thank you very much for hosting this type of conference, which is driving us to achieve this zero economy and for sustainable operations. I belong to a group called Murugappa Group, which is 120 years, a business conglomerate. And I represent Coromandel International Limited, a fertilizer manufacturing. We are operating in Vizag also, one unit. Almost 60 years we are in operation, and we serve the almost 60% of the agri need of our farmers, which is the backbone of our economy. So I want to share one or two best practices which Coromandel has adopted with the technical support from the technology and the governing body, especially Honorable Pollution Control Board Chairman, sir. So when the industry were looking for the stack emission control to have online control, when the board was insisting for it, the industry could be able to adopt it from overseas. We took from Germany help. We brought in the sensors for our stack, sir. And we connected to all our stack as a first in the fertilizer industry. What I want to touch is achievable, but only there is a D-link which is available where and how to adopt it. There only I was expecting the support from the DSD and the institute. So when we install those type of instruments, now it has become a supportive thing even for Pollution Control Board officials, sir, to come and learn from the system. And the second thing is when we have ended up with gypsum waste of almost 10 lakh tons, we approached the consultant, Tata Engineering Research Institute. They came out with a technology, biodegradable technology, that waste mass we could be able to convert into a beautiful forest. That means a thing which can be considered as a waste, as a polluter, can be converted into a beautiful place for the society. These two things are happening in front of our eyes. We have a unit in Kakinada, which is around 700 acres, 300 acres of green belt, which is attracting birds from overseas. Can you believe? A industry, chemical industry, many times now, there will be a perception. Our front is their industry front, the industries are, somewhat always there will be a question. But can you believe that bird from Siberia is traveling 4,000 kilometers coming inside our industry premises to nest, to hatch, and then take back its chicken? That means industry and the environment can coexist. That is what I wanted to communicate to this forum. There are many examples that I can quote in our organization itself. As a responsible corporate, we are extended producer responsibility. Almost we are taking care of 120% of the plastic what we are generating by means of recycling. So what we expect from industries is we are very much forward, very much thinking to adapt whatever the best practices to be implemented, for which we require the support from these technologies, from this institute. That is what this forum should bring out at the end of these conferences. When we end up with this type of gypsum waste, Pollution Control Board only supported us, sir. They only, not only a governing body or a direction body, we see as a guidance body and advisory body. They came out with a support for converting that as a forest. Likewise, I can talk on many initiatives which the industry can operate within this boundary and can prove for this zero economy. As we all know that our lifespan is very limited. So almost we can say 75 years maximum. We are not from South Japan and Okinawa, where they say 100 years above. The entire country, this particular area, where, because they may be following different practice, which we are not following. But when we come to a understanding that this Mother Earth has given everything to meet the needs, that is what, no? Not for the greed. So either the population 8.2 billion, no problem. The Mother Earth can support. A designer, when he designed, you would have designed with all those things taken into account. But only when the need is taken care, there won't be any problem. Where all these issues comes, when the greed takes upper hand. Correct, no? That is what I wanted to communicate in all my others. When we love our nature, when we try to respect, sir quoted the pen, 20 pence. When we love our nature, when we respect our nature, we will be taken care by the nature. That means simply we should consider that ours is 70 years, I said 75 years. Just think of this marble stone. It may be more than millions of years. That means before any of us, any of the nature's product or item has ownership in this earth millions of years more than us. 75 years, yours, the marble which we are considering as the least one, maybe it would have taken more than 3 million or 5 million. Think of that. Huge. So the earth life itself, I take last 1 minute, this only, the motivation. The earth itself, if you consider the living beings, if you consider 3,000 centuries of the human life, 3,000 centuries, correct, no, 3 lakh years. 1 century spoiling this entire earth. That means our century. This 1 century of 100 years is spoiling the 3,000 years of this Mother Earth. This forum, this type of conference would make us think how I can, as a person belonging to a 1 century, can spoil a 3,000 century old setup. If that is being taken care as an individual, then we will do our duty, we will fulfill our responsibility. As an industry, we are taking care of that in our operations. As Sir mentioned about the CSR, he belongs to the Muruppa Group, AMM Foundation, we are running more than for 60 years, this charity foundation. So industry will adopt all the available best practices when they are given this opportunity, when they are given their exposure, we can survive both, and the industry and environment can coexist in a better way, and these forums will help us to add furthermore improvements in our operations. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you for sharing your insights on sustainable initiatives, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight that I introduce our today's chief guest, Dr. P. Krishnaya, IAS retired APPCB chairperson. Dr. P. Krishnaya, a retired Indian Administrative Service officer, has had a distinguished career in public service, particularly in pollution control and environmental management. Throughout his career, Dr. Krishnaya has held various important positions, including Executive Chairman of the AP Industrial Infrastructure Corporation and Chief Executive of the National Fisheries Development Board. He has substantial experience in pollution control, having conducted public hearings for industrial estates, established effluent treatment plants, and promoted coastal zone management. His initiatives in natural resource management include implementing watershed projects, conserving aquatic resources, and developing medicinal plant gardens. Dr. Krishnaya is also recognized for his contributions to professional bodies such as the AP Wildlife Development Board and the State Farmers Welfare Commission. Sir, we are truly honored to have you amidst us. Request you to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. The dignitaries on the dais, Professor Gautam Rao, the Vice Chancellor of this prestigious Geetham University, Vizag, Professor Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, the President of this International Solid Waste Management Association, and also the chairman of today's conference, Professor Raja from Geetham University, Sri Mohanty, who spoke to us just now from ENCRD online, Madam Shireen Kamal Amin, who came all the way from Egypt. Thank you, Madam. Sri B.S.R.K. Prasad, Director and Executive Vice President of NATCO Pharma. Dr. Krishnakant Pulichalla, a young scientist from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And Sri Gnanasundaram, representing the Coromandel Fertilizers located in Andhra Pradesh. Invitees from across the globe for this 14th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management, Circular Economy and IPLA Global Forum 2024, the faculty and the students from this Geetham University, dignitaries who are participating, who are contributing their knowledge in the next couple of days, and the media, both print and electronic media, participating in this conference. Good morning once again to all of you. And I also welcome especially those who are outside Vizag to this beautiful city of Visakhapatnam, which has the reputation of being called as the jewel of the East Coast. And we're all proud of this beautiful city. Of course, quite often we also come across the challenges of pollution by virtue of its location on the coast as well as the hillocks surrounding the city, leading to what they call as bowl effect. The city has become one of the listed cities having higher levels of pollution, though not as high as Delhi, but still we are on the radar, being monitored by Government of India. Well, I think before me, more than half a dozen experts have spoken on various issues. Most of them are scientists with a lot of knowledge accumulated over decades of their experience. And some of them are from the industry, seeing both sides of the problem, because without industry we don't have growth, we don't have economy, we don't have jobs, we don't have incomes. So obviously we need industries, we need economy to grow, we need industries to develop. And as all of us are aware, GDP has become one of the parameters to assess the development of any nation. But then, along with the development, or perhaps all these days, any development is linked to utilization of resources. Without utilizing resources, at least the assumption is that we can't grow. As rightly Dhanasundram has mentioned, this century in particular has been exploiting or over-exploiting the natural resources, be it mineral wealth or biological wealth, ultimately driving us to a situation where we are all here gathering to introspect as to what has gone wrong and how to overcome this difficulty, this crisis of pollution. How do we sustain our growth and development and pass on to the future generations? As I rightly said, from the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, this earth provides everything for everybody, everybody's needs, but not for the greeds. So that is the real problem that we are facing today. Of course, some examples were given by my predecessors who spoke on this occasion, that consumption has become one of the banes of our society, overconsumption, not necessarily for India, particularly the West. They started over-exploiting the resources, both within their society as well as from all over the world. And today, very recently, COP29 has been held in Azerbaijan. Most of you might be knowing that. Having exhausted all the resources, having been responsible for the cause of disproportionate release of greenhouse gases into the environment, now they are saying, look, India is exhausting now, India is producing more greenhouse gases now. And they are not willing even to support the developing world today to compensate for the sins or for the damages they have caused. We have a principle, what they call polluter pays principle. That should also apply to the Western society, Western countries, because they are already spoiled. They have to pay for it. But then somehow there is a lot of reluctance, unfortunately. The countries like India and other developing countries are not able to exert pressure beyond a point to be able to extract or get compensation for the damages they cause out to the world. Anyhow, therefore, to that extent, they are releasing bits and pieces, small compensation they are giving to the developing world, which we have to very carefully utilize to be a part of a sustainable development world. To begin with, I think, as Professor Ghosh has said, they started this 3-day conference with a pre-school children event. It fits into the concept of things because they are the future generation. As the definition of sustainable development, which has been defined by UNDP, we have to preserve something for the future generations. But then it looks like, though the definition has come around in 70s or 80s, perhaps in 80s, now our friend from Delhi, now there's no future. Right now the present generation is suffering now. The suffering is not for future generations. We are seeing the outcome of our own actions right in our generation, so leave alone future generations. For our own survival, we need to behave better. Now, the present seminar today is on sustainable waste management. And of course, the new concept of circular economy is being discussed. Even Government of India is seriously debating on the importance of circular economy. I think sometime in the next couple of months, Honorable Prime Minister is about to take a discussion with the Chief Secretaries, and AP Chief Secretary has been requested to present the views and then ideas on circular economy. They are working on that. Likewise, in the days to come, every country has to seriously consider, talk, promote circular economy. There is no choice. If you have to survive in the present generation as well, leave alone future generations. Consumption has become one of our, as I said earlier, overconsumption. My friend Dr. keeps saying beautiful videos on health and health management. Dr. C.L. Venkatrao, hope he is there. He has left just now. We are talking of waste management. In a lighter vein, doctors keep saying waste management, not waste management. That's also important for us as a human being. You get into all problems of health because of excessive consumption, overweight, and therefore start running and then walking and doing all kinds of yoga exercises for waste management. Personally, it is okay, good. We have to manage our waste properly so that you are in that typical hourglass structure. At the same time, we should also bother about waste management. Waste is generated from home. As a very good example has been given on the use of pencils and pens. Yes, those are the days where we used to have refill pens, lifelong. Those are the days where we used to buy white papers, stitch them into a notebook, and use it for the whole, several days, whole of academic year. Those were the days. The circular economy was practiced by borrowing textbooks and notebooks from the seniors and then use it in the subsequent classes. The circular economy was practiced those days. But these days, the present generation, thanks to the circulation of more money in the pockets of at least the upper middle class and middle class and those who can afford, the utilization of the natural resources has gone up. And today we are facing the music. because of that. Well, these are all the things which all of us know. Having realized the problem, what is that we can do? This is an area where we have to seriously think. That's why all of us are assembling here. Yes, you are all scientists, professors, academicians. Some of them may also be administrators. We have challenges, but how do you overcome these challenges? One, according to me, is the advantage of technology. New technologies are coming thanks to serious research that you scientists carry out day in and day out. I know you burn midnight oil sitting in the laboratories, sometimes right up to 4 o'clock in the morning, and come up with solutions. But then these solutions must be not theoretical, but they must be practical. And they should also be cost effective. Both are important. We have technologies. Of course, they are very costly. The costly technologies cannot be adopted by an Indian industry. And the technology is not even transfer of technology is very costly. Therefore, in Indian scenario, we have a lot of research laboratories. We have ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We have CSIR, Council for Industry and Scientific Research. There are many national laboratories. These days, even private sector, there are a lot of research organizations coming up. So therefore, the research institutions, both within the government and outside the government, must focus on new, viable, and sustainable technologies. That's where the challenge lies, to begin with. Once there are technologies, then the challenge is, next step is adoption. For adoption, you need resources. You also need technical feasibility. Some technologies may be very good in Japan and Korea, but then at what cost? Can our industry, which is just growing now, borrow that kind of technology and be able to manage its viability? These are the challenges. Another aspect that I notice in our research organizations, they are no doubt bringing about technologies and good products, alternate products, but then they are ending with the lab scale. They are not coming out into prototypes which can be replicated and commercialized. This is where the policy becomes very, very significant. My friend in DST is there. It's not enough if you develop a technology and product, but you should also incentivize, at least to begin with, subsidize, promote, encourage, handhold those technologies until there are half a dozen projects that are grounded and demonstrate that they are viable technologies. That is very, very critical. I will give an example of a challenge that we are facing. As the chairman of Andhra Pradesh Pollution Control Board, as someone has said, we are not mere regulators. Yes, my job is to regulate, control, visit, inspect, and detect mistakes, and then close the industry. That is not the solution. Industry should survive. We should be facilitators for adoption of new technologies. Yes, regulation is important, no doubt. At the same time, we should also understand their problems and try to work with them, work along with them to find a solution to the problem. Pollution is yes, but we are here to find solution also. I was requesting the scientists, show me a way out as to how the granite waste, the slurry that comes off granite polishing units, which becomes a huge cloud of dust. I am sure some of you, those who come from Prakasham district, when you pass through from Ongole to Podili or Markapur, for about 20 kilometers you have to pass through a cloud of dust because of the granite polishing units, who dump the slurry everywhere. It becomes a fine powder and gets into the cloud form. So therefore, we need technology to make use of the slurry into some product. Could be bricks, could be road pavers, could be tiles. When we were looking at the options, I came across an institute called AMPRI in Bhopal, Institute for Advanced Material Sciences, wherein they are already having a technology to convert this waste into kind of panels and boards, etc., etc. But then it is there remaining within their four corners of the four walls. It has not come out as a usable technology. Then I spoke to them, then we are sending some entrepreneurs to see their technology. They don't have resources to convert their technology into a kind of a replicable model. That is the challenge. And who will invest that kind of money without knowing, understanding the viability of that industry? That's where the policy makers, both at Government of India and the state level, need to work along with the industry, with the entrepreneurs, with the research organizations, to bring those technology and see that they are viable, they are made viable rather. So like this, the research institutions in the country must focus on applied technology, not theoretical aspects alone. Identify those challenges. In this seminar, we are focusing on solid waste management. Last couple of months, I joined about 2 months back in this organization. We have been seriously working on some of these issues. Coming to solid waste management, which is the topic of the day or this conference, urban solid waste is a big problem, as all of us know. There are different methods. Indore is very, very popular for the best, cleanest city, the cleanest city in India. For the last 3-4 years, they have been ranked as the cleanest city in the country. They are able to segregate, dispose of all the recyclables into valuable products. Nothing is wasted there. Paper, plastic, metal, and everything is, even soil and then organic substances are converted into biofertilizers, and then they are being used. It's a model city. In fact, I have to go and see that, how they are doing. But then the problem is, how do we motivate our own householders to segregate the waste into compostable waste, recyclable waste, etc.? The municipal administration department, for last 4 or 5 years, after the Swachh Bharat concept came into existence, we have what we call Swachhandra Corporation, which is promoting health, hygiene and sanitation in the urban areas as well as rural areas. They are given free of cost bins to each household with a request to segregate the domestic waste. But how many of our family members are doing that? Our municipal waste mostly consists of dust, the street sweepings. And there are some technologies to convert the waste into energy. We have started at least 2 waste-to-energy plants in the state. We have one in Guntur, another one in Visakhapatnam. As a part of field visit, maybe you may like to see the waste-to-energy plant that is there in, I think, some very close by, maybe about 15-20 kilometers from here, not far from here. But then the waste that is going there is supposed to be segregated and then sent there. But then we don't have a mechanism to segregate that waste. Entire thing is going there. Anyhow, they are incinerating. They are producing about 15 megawatts of power from out of the municipal waste. So there are new technologies coming up now. So incineration is one of the means to use this waste, convert into energy. Similarly, one of the speakers said, I think from the industry, the plastic is being used in cement industry, yes, for incineration purpose. Instead of coal, they are using plastic as a fuel. So to that extent, the coal is minimized. To that extent, carbon emissions are reduced. So plastic, instead of burning as a waste, it's being used as a fuel. It's an example of circular economy. So therefore, friends, the point that I would like to emphasize here is, we have problems, not only on solid waste, even our liquid waste coming from our urban locations as well as industries. Take our own Visakhapatnam city. Most of you who walk on Ramakrishna Beach might be seeing the sewage water getting into a beautiful beach. Nobody would like to walk on such dirty water. Is there a mechanism? I requested the municipal commissioner to find a way out. First to clean it and release only that cleaned water into the bay by providing some pipeline so that you don't have to walk on the dirty water. At least it goes underneath. Of course, after cleaning, after establishing a STP, sewage treatment plant, the clean water only should enter the sea. Having said this, let me also mention a problem that the AP state is facing, where periodically we get complaints from the fishing community. In reality, we have to understand their problem also. We have a vast coastline of 974 kilometers in Andhra Pradesh. It's a big resource for us. And therefore, a lot of economic activity is feasible. So most of the civilizations, as we are aware, have developed on the coastlines. The coast has to be productively utilized. For what? For setting up industries, for shipping activity, imports, exports, ports, fishing harbors, naval bases, launching stations, rocket launching stations, starting from Srikakulam to Sulurpet. Along the coast, we have a lot of human activity. In addition to pharma activity that exists mostly in Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam, these areas. Ultimately, this human interference rather, has been impacting the fish growth, fish availability for the fishing community, which is depending on that source historically for several generations. So therefore, they have a complaint that because of you fellows, we are not getting fishes. It's a fact. Not necessarily pharma. You have ports, you have airports, seaports, you have harbors, you have our own steel factories. A lot of industrial activity is there. Imports and exports, the coastal waters are disturbed. Added to the excessive fishing because of the huge population of fishermen growth, is natural growth. More boats, more fishing activity. So per catch or per fishing time, they are not getting adequate catches. And the small people who use the small boats, not mechanized boats, they are motorized boats, they have a complaint, genuine grievance. How does the scientific community help them? Is there a mechanism to enhance fish productivity in these coastal waters? What are the technologies that we can think of so that they can also survive? Industry has to be there, fishermen also should be there. Their livelihood should be protected. Just as we are taking care of our livelihoods, we should also take care of the livelihoods of the fishermen. So minimize the pollutions. Zero level pollution, if every industry, if every coastal activity, if there is a zero level pollution into the sea, obviously there will be better fish growth. We have to endeavor, we have to work together in that direction to see that our coastal waters are ensured, they are free from pollution. Today only I saw a news item, just before coming here, maybe thinking that I am coming here, somebody has sent me. Some ex-industry releasing their discharges into a nearby Nala or canal, which ultimately goes to the sea. Those aberrations we have to identify. We can't generalize. Just because XYZ is doing, not all industry people are bad. We have to identify those black spots and take rectification, remedial measures to see that they behave. That's where regulation comes. That's where we come into picture. We have a responsibility to see that they don't spoil the nature. They don't spoil the livelihoods of the people and health of the people. So my request to the scientists here is, we have a lot of challenges. And at the same time, we have a lot of knowledge. So let there be synergy between these two communities. You communicate. You tell us what we should do. We means government. We are a part of the government. At the same time, the society also should be very, very responsible. Today, plastic menace, as all of us are seeing, is a big threat to us. Wherever you go, every village, there will be a heap of plastic which welcomes you, giving an ugly picture to our ecosystems, our village surroundings. Are there any options for us? Yes. Luckily today, I am told the collector of Vizag district and the municipal commission, they have decided to make Vizag as plastic-free city from 1st of January onwards. I appreciate them, congratulate them. But then, the residents of Vizag have to cooperate with them. Without their cooperation, not possible. The single-use plastic is banned, no doubt. All of us, or most of you must be knowing, by law, the single-use plastic is banned. But how do we enforce it? There are vendors who sell bananas on the street. We also go with empty hands to the market and bring all our vegetables and commodities in plastic bags. Earlier days, we used to carry either cloth bag or resin bag or some wire bag to the market, used to bring our vegetables. But these days, none of us are going with any bag. We are going empty-handed and carrying a lot of plastic bags along with the goods. It has become a menace. Now, luckily, technologies are emerging wherein biological materials are being used to bring covers and then sheets, etc., etc. So such materials are little costly now, but then those who can afford should adopt, should use such covers. They are biologically degradable. Over a period of 100 years, they become biomass. It becomes merged with the soil and becomes a part of the manure or soil, whatever. So whoever can afford to use such covers, we should use it. Why not we carry cloth bags? Why not we carry jute bags? There are all the alternatives available for us. But then somehow there is reluctance in adopting these available technologies. So ultimately it is the citizens who have to be more responsible if you have to reduce or minimize the plastic waste. Parallelly, there are also technologies for recycling of plastic. Plastic washing is happening. We need to encourage more and more recycling units for plastic. Along with the plastic, there are many recyclables. Your batteries, your electronic waste, rubbers, and various other materials that are coming into the system. We need to reuse them, recycle them, then only whatever we are talking about, sustainable management of solid waste is possible. So these are all some of the issues which are bothering us. That's why you are all here. I'm happy that the organizers have taken initiative to conduct this international conference here. Some of those who are here, I'm sure they'll be contributing their experiences, their research papers. At the end of the day, my request to the organizers is, give us some solid plan of action, some implementable, feasible recommendations so that we can work along with you in the days to come to take those, suggestions for implementation in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And perhaps now that a representative from Government of India is also here, and these recommendations can all be circulated and adopted in other parts of the country also. Together, we should become conscious of the need and emergency and urgency to reduce waste and convert whatever waste is produced so that it doesn't, there's nothing like a waste, everything is reusable. It can become manure, it can become energy, it can be recycled into secondary product, it can be converted, reused as a metal. If not anything else, at least some of the non-hazardous waste can be converted into bricks and other construction material. Another issue which bothers us in terms of urban pollution is the construction waste. I forgot to mention about that. There's also a huge opportunity. The technologists and scientists may come up with suitable recommendations for feasible solutions. And the builders will be happy if we give a good technology for them because that's being wasted. They can reuse it for their own construction purpose. I'm happy that this conference has been organized in Visakhapatnam. I'm sure in the days to come, you will deliberate on the most important challenges and help us in finding solutions for the challenges that the world in general faces. And since the conference is being organized in Visakhapatnam, we want local solutions. Global solutions, okay, fine, but we'll be benefited if you come up with some local solutions, in particular to benefit Andhra Pradesh, and more particularly to benefit Visakhapatnam, so that the citizens of Visakhapatnam can remember this event as a very, very useful event in the days to come. I thank the organizers for having invited me to this opportunity, this forum, and listening to me patiently for all these minutes. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you for that wonderful, thought-provoking address, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to reiterate the theme of the conference, this conference is a plastic-free conference, having at low level of carbon footprints and water footprints, a conference with effective waste management and circulating of waste by recycling. We request all to comply with. Thank you very much. Esteemed guests and dear delegates, we have arrived at the paramount moment of the event, the release of special issue of the Journal of Solid Waste Technology and Management. This special issue is published to commemorate 4.5 decades of dedicated research for the society by Professor Sadan Kumar Ghosh. Request the dignitaries on the dais to release the issue. I also request the editors of the journal to join the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. I request our guests to also release the proceedings of the 14th ICON SWMC 2024. And for this, I request the editors to join the guests on the dais. As someone rightly said, to accomplish great things, we must not only act but also dream, not only plan but also believe. We have amidst us luminaries whom we are privileged to honor with Lifetime Achievement Awards. First in the list, we have Professor C. Vishwanathan, whom I request to join us on the dais. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us today, and we are happy to present the Lifetime Achievement Award to you for your exemplary contribution to the society and service to the world. Thank you so much. Please join us on the dais, sir. I request the dignitaries to present the award to Professor C. Vishwanathan. Truly honored to have you with us, sir. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Nateri Banumati Das to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award for her contribution to the industry and society in general. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. We have another luminary who has joined us online. I would like to announce that we are presenting Lifetime Achievement Award to Professor Prakasham Tata, who has joined us online. And we are happy to say that he has 60 plus service in the industry of environmental engineering and technology. Thank you, Prakasham Tata, sir, for joining us online. We are honored. As we move on to the next aspect of the session, I would like to call upon our dignitaries to be felicitated by our Vice Chancellor. I would request our Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. Krishnakant Pulicharla, who has joined us as a guest of honor today. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chancellor to honor Shri P.S.R.K. Prasad, our guest of honor, for joining us today. Next, we have our guest of honor, Professor Shireen Kamal Amin. Shri M. Jnanasundaram for joining us today as guest of honor today. Thank you, sir. Dr. P. Krishnaya, our chief guest of the day. Thank you very much, sir. We're honored to have you amidst us today. Thank you. I now request our... I now request our esteemed guests to present awards and felicitate our treasured conference partners and sponsors who have made this event a possibility. I invite our guest from Natco Pharma to join the dignitaries on the dais. Sir is here with us on the dais? Yes. Thank you, sir. AMTZ. We invite the guests from the AMTZ. Our guests from Laurus Labs. Our guest from Coromandel International. Sir is with us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Our guest from Grey Quest. Grey Quest. Indian Bank. Jindal Waste. Mr. Satish. Yes, sir, please do join us. Thank you very much. Our next sponsor, VSEZ. GVMC. Featherlight. Sponsor from Featherlight. Resustainability Limited. Thank you, sir. Please join us. And another sponsor we have is Aquaflow. Guest from Aquaflow. Yeah. We thank the dignitaries for presenting the token of appreciation to our sponsors. Thank you very much. I have an announcement to make, a special announcement. We encourage the cement industries to use waste for co-processing in cement plants. ICON Excellence Award for co-processing was started in 2018. This year, 52 awards in different categories selected in competition, which will be given on 30th November. As one recipient arrived today here and is here with us, we want to introduce the plant now. JK Lakshmi Cement Plant at Durg got the ICON SWMCE Excellence Silver Award 2024. Let us congratulate the team. Do we have any representation from JK Lakshmi Cement Plant here in the auditorium? If yes, please do join us on the desk. Right. Thank you and congratulations. Announcement of the 15th ICON SWMCE and IPLA GF 2025 by Dr. Rachna Karmakar and Atirat Mandal, DU Dehradun, UK, India.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. I'm Dr. Rachan Karmakar. And believe me, this is the 6th ICON for me. I started joining it as a student, rather research scholar, and growing up with this conference. That's why I asked Shadhan sir last time that why don't you give me an opportunity to conduct a conference in our university. So I proudly announce that for the first time in North India, the 15th ICON conference, ICON SWM, will be conducted by Graphic Era at Intubi University, Dehradun, situated in the state Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand. Our state is 70% covered by forest area, and our university is on the lap of Rajaji National Park. So it's a large green campus. We have 3 more university campuses and 1 medical college, which has started recently. And I think a successful conduction of the 15th conference will be another feather in the crown of our university. So I welcome you all there. And there is a message from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Narpinder Singh. I request Dr. Adhirat to read it out for you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all. So, it's a short and crisp message from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Narpinder Singh. It's a privilege to extend a warm welcome to the organizing committee and delegates of the 14th International Conference on Solid Waste Technology and Management, ICON SWM, as we prepare to host the 15th ICON SWM at Graphic Era deemed to be University, Dehradun, India. The ICON SWM series has consistently advanced innovation and collaboration in addressing global solid waste management challenges, significantly contributing to sustainable development. We are inspired by your remarkable efforts and are committed to ensure the 15th ICON SWM continues this legacy of excellence. Graphic Era deemed to be University, located in the scenic city of Dehradun, is a leader institute in higher education and research, accredited by the A+ grade by NAC. It is consistently ranked among the India's top universities, founded by visionary leader Professor Dr. Kamal Ghanshala. Graphic Era has evolved into a hub of academic excellence, hosting over 12,000 students and fostering cutting-edge research in diverse fields, including environmental science and sustainability. With the state-of-art laboratories, modern infrastructure, and a commitment to environmental stewardship, Graphic Era is in an ideal venue for an event of ICON SWM statutory. Our prestigious university is located in Dehradun, surrounded by the majestic Himalayas, offering a scenic environment for meaningful discussion and collaborations. We extend our best wishes to the 14th ICON SWM for a highly successful conference. We eagerly look forward to welcome you to Dehradun for the 15th ICON SWM at Graphic Era deemed to be University, where together we can continue driving innovation for a sustainable future. Thank you so much. We welcome you all.
Thank you. I now invite Professor Raja Fani Papu, Dean School of Business and Chair, 14th ICON SWM CE 2024, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wouldn't take much of your time. First and foremost, I would like to thank the chief guest for the day, Dr. P. Krishna Garu, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion, followed by Shri P.S.R.K. Prasad Garu, Gyanasundaram Garu, and Krishnakant Pulchela Garu, who came all the way from Delhi to grace the occasion. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank all the sponsors who have been graceful enough to help us in conducting this conference. Last but not the least, my team and all the delegates who have been here for the next 3 days. Please enjoy your time at Geetham and ensure that we all take some learning outcomes from this conference. One point I would like to make is, as the chief guest has already said, there are many problems that are existing which need solutions. So, sir, the Geetham's Technology Enabling Center's main purpose is to scout technologies to help industries. So, anybody who is here from industry, please take our help. We'll be roaming around scouting for problem statements, and we would like to work with you to enable all the industries by giving technologies from academia. That's the mandate of GTech, and we would love to help each and every industry partner in this endeavor. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful time. Thank you.
Please rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय
request the dignitaries to join us for tea. And next session would start around 12 o'clock, same hall. 12:45, I'm so sorry, 12:45, same place. See you soon. Thank you so much. Excuse me, volume. Excuse me. Volume. I think both are off.
Please join, please join, please join. No, no, no issue, no issue, no issue, no, please join. Hey, Dinesh, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The keynote sessions will begin shortly, so request everyone to assemble back in the auditorium. Thank you so much. We'd like to announce the order of keynote speeches for this session. First, we have Professor K. Sadan Ghosh, who would be speaking on Catch Them Young, Zero Waste and Circular Economy in Campus, followed by presentation and a speech by Ms. Shraddha Jindal on Journey Towards Waste to Energy Plant from a Plant Owner. Then we have speech by Dr. Krishnakant Pulicharla, followed by Dr. Christian Engelson and Santosh Kumar Balivada. We're set to begin our keynote sessions now. I invite Professor Sadan K. Ghosh, Director General, SD and CE Research Center, ISWMAW, to initiate the session with his speech. As we are running on a tight schedule,
Hello,
we request
hello.
our keynote speakers to keep it simple to 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon. So what we'll do is, we had a session where speakers was to speak for 10 minutes, but now we have decided that as the time is short, we'll concise it into 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. So, you know that I was referring in my speech in the inaugural that we need to involve children. So today, my speech is not very much technical and senior people oriented, but my program is on, I was referring to the mission. I introduced a mission for school children, that is catch them young, zero waste and circular economy in campus. So what I am doing, I have just shown here. And some of the preamble. Why I started this journey this year, 2024, on 30th January. And the mission has become so popular that today 2 lakhs of people, the students, school children and teachers, 200,000 school children and teachers are working with me in my mission. And to mention, thank you. And in my mission, you know, this is the first time in the globe that who are thinking of involving the school children in the circular economy conceptualization and the realization. How? However, and by these people, 152 schools are working with me today. And I'm very happy to announce that yesterday when I had a School Children's Congress, this is the second School Children Congress, we incepted this in Tirupati SVU for the first time, the School Children's Congress on Waste Management and Circular Economy in 2022. Yesterday the Congress was attended by 600 students across the country. And after listening to this message, the PPT and the lecture, some of the schools in Vizag have shown their interest to start this mission in their school. And possibly today or tomorrow, whenever I'll get the chance, I will go to their school and I'll start the mission. I want to start and implement this mission in AP. So I want your help, and in any other state. What is the outcome? In this last 8 months, from January 30 to till date, we could save 2,400 tons of waste, which is generated in these 152 schools, to divert into the circular economy process. So it is not going to the mainstream of our landfilling. And you think of the carbon emission reduction and other things, saving the extraction of material. These guys, these school children, you know that the process also involves the business model development for the school children. And the waste which they are accumulating in the school, in the segregated way, I adopted the bin culture among the schools, among the school children. And the waste which this is generated, they are trained how the recycled product can be made from those waste, all the dry waste. And this recycled product which they are making, we are arranging the selling of those in the community and in the school. And as of today, I have some data, okay, maybe in the last slide. 1 lakh of rupees, some 23 or 24 school children, they earned in last, we implement this from March 30 in one school and then number of schools. They earned 1 lakh, 100,000 Indian rupee, the students earned from this recycled material. Why you are doing this? I am interested to inject the medicine of circular economy into the school children so that their motivation is, I am generating waste, and from that waste, I am making something which is giving me money. And this is the way by which I am giving them the thought process, don't throw the waste. Don't throw the waste on the roadside and others. You keep it with you and make something so that you can earn money, you can employ other people, and you can generate economy. And simultaneously, you are going towards the sustainable environment. I'll give some of the slides see, these are the things, I mean, different situations. I'm not going into the detail because you all know the condition of the landfilling in different countries. And I already told that how much waste we are generating, not only municipal waste, but also different types of waste, huge. This was my first press meet in Calcutta on 30th January when only 11 students was with me on 30th January for this mission. Circular economy, let us proceed. The first school which started on 30th of March, the bin culture adopted. We introduced 3 bin, blue and green, the green waste, all the biodegradable waste, and dry waste in blue bin. But we have separated plastic and e-waste in another bin because this is huge, enormous in amount. So what they are doing, those plastic and electronic waste they are putting in the red. This is the photograph of bin culture adoption among the students. These are some of the things. I am not going into the detail of that. So what they are doing, this is a photograph of the Shillong. Shillong, I have 6 schools and colleges who have adopted this, and they are continuing. They have already come here. 3 bin, they are putting in different places in the schools. We are giving training to the teachers, and teachers in turn giving training to the students. Maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever is possible throughout this class. And then one day, we go there, we inaugurate the whole process. What is the whole process? First, all the students and teachers will take oath with me. I have an oath language. Next, they will move for a rally on the same day, maybe half a kilometer or 1 kilometer around, to make the community aware that we are thinking this, you please come ahead. And after that, the bin culture was adopted. This is the language in my oath. All teachers and students. Teachers are taking the oath, they will practice the mission, as well as they will generate the awareness for 40 people in this year out of the school. And for children, 20 people to make aware among outside the school. See, these are the photos of taking oath with me. So disciplined way. All the students and teachers. Then they are making the rally. They are making the rally. Then the inauguration of the program. Plantation inside the school. This bin culture adoption by the students and the teachers, they practice it. And from the day of my inauguration, they start the use of this tree bin. They segregate all the waste, no waste in any other side, but within the bin. And then out of those dry waste, they are making all this type of material. They have been trained. See, so enthusiasm among the students. And whenever it is sold and they are getting money in their hand, they are expressing the, oh, for the first time I'm getting money out of my work. Right? They are, blushing. So many things. And this is some of the statistics, which school, how many students and how many students participated in the rally, how many products. And you know that these are the steps which they follow, what I am saying, that the first thing, take with me, be committed. Teachers and students, there are each of the class 2 waste management managers, monitor. And there is a group of monitoring by the teachers. So every day, the student will practice this segregation, and the monitors and the teachers will monitor the activity. And many schools now coming to me that, sir, we want to involve in the mission. That is the success of the mission. And the last word, because we have very short time, the last word I want to say that the headmistress, headmaster and principals, they're saying that, sir, we follow only some of the projects which is given by the government, because there is a directive. Government project you have to do. But this is the only project or mission which we are following and interested to adopt where there is no government direction. We are taking the decision that this is beneficial for my student and for my school, that's why you are giving it. And I'm quite sure by 2025 December, I have the mission target that I will make 2 million people aware on this process, and at least 500 schools to be adopted the mission's objective by through oath, and they will practice it. There is some school teacher who have come here attending the conference who are practicing this in Kolkata. And I thank you all with the namaskar of the doll. It is made out of recycled product by the students. So I wish that you will support us for spreading this mission in your state and in your country. However, my friend from Norway, Christian, he already told me that, Sadhan, I want to adopt your mission in my country in the schools. So I'll request Indonesian friend, Egyptian friend and others to please adopt this. This is happening nowhere in the world. Think of students, school children to adopt circular economy and bean culture. And that is the way of life for implementing circular economy. We guys, we are not of much effective. But if you target the children, they will implement it throughout the life. And they will propagate this also to different people. And that will be our achievement if we can really do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Ms. Shraddha Jindal, Joint MD, Jindal SAW Limited, Management Private Limited, to share her thoughts.
Namaste to everyone. And I was here to promote, may I get a stool? Oh, there is a stool. It's such a problem being short. So I was here to promote WTE, and I'm always going to promote that. But what Dr. Ghosh has done today has inspired me. I was wondering how do I find so many people who will be interested in teaching the society, going to homes, going to different societies to educate people. I have just found my answer. I will now have limited people from my company going and teaching people, but I will employ them to teach children. And these children, as a project, can go to each and every home, each and every society, and educate their own societies. Also, I had one more problem. I would not know how it happens in Andhra, but people are people and they make the same shortcuts, so I don't think they'll make a difference there. Most of us, even if we segregate our waste, sir, in the municipality vans, it's all dumped together. So that is where I would request our government, our municipalities, to have 3 different vans. They can collect everything, so the individual homes can have 3 bins, and they will put their respective waste in huge municipal vats within their community, and we can have 3 different municipal vans come and collect that. I just realized, because in Bombay, I see that we segregate and the municipal vans come and put everything together. It doesn't solve any purpose. Now, I'm back to being the industrialist that I am. So I will now tell what we are doing as a company to help the pollution become a solution. We are trying to take all the MSW. We already have 2, by the grace of God, successfully running companies of WTE, waste to management, which processes all your municipal solid waste, and we turn that into electricity. And thankfully, we are trying to make our model self-sustainable. However, this has been quite a challenge. Until unless the government gives us adequate support, we cannot make it completely self-sustainable. To begin with, this is not a profit-making venture. However, if at my level, if at my family's level, we are, by the grace of God, a very successful company, and it's a family business, and all of us, by the grace of God, is doing fairly well. If we do not contribute to our country, our society, our cities, our smaller districts, then who will? However, to make it sustainable, I hereby invite each and every one of us to help us make it sustainable. If we get segregated waste, we can get more electricity out of it. We need to burn less, we need to incinerate less. We will get lesser fumes, we will get lesser bottom ash and lesser fly ash, right? And by the grace of God, we have a very tight control on the fumes. We completely monitor them, but we unfortunately are getting targeted. And it is very unfair. We are getting targeted because we, in the whole country, out of all 15 plus, I think now we are 16 with my new Ahmedabad operational. We are the only company which is successful in making waste to energy self-sustainable. Again, I would add here, it's not still profitable, but it is self-sustainable. We are able to generate enough to keep the machinery well-oiled by itself to be able to sustain it. We have to make it viable. Am I right, Dr. Ghosh? Now, the key points I want to make, and I have a flight to catch, is that we are, by the grace of God, doing so well in being able to make it sustainable that people from Europe and our own neighbors, such as even Pakistan, have come and seen our model. Ours was the first ever WTE project in India. March 2007, we commenced our Okla plant. Now, for solid waste management and to be able to deliver enough and generate enough power with using minimum amount of waste, as well as then giving residue of lower level of fumes, lower bottom ash, lower fly ash. I want this segregation. And I want the municipal vans to be three different kinds, which can turn the green waste, which can go into biomass, and it can have its own generation of electricity. It will be far lesser, but at least we'll be able to employ it. And then we want segregation of agricultural waste. I can use plastic waste in my incinerators. I can generate electricity from RDF, legacy waste, and even combustible fractions of industrial waste. However, that is the least that we can use. And unfortunately, we haven't found answers. Sir, I've forgotten sir's name. We haven't found answers to what to do with construction waste. I hope when we collaborate, we will come to a good conclusion. And Japan, which is such a small country, it's so small and it is so densely populated, especially the city of Tokyo. That has 21 operational and successfully operational waste to management. Why can't, waste to energy, why can't we do it? We have such large landscapes. Some of them are empty land masses. There we can set up these waste to management, waste to energy companies. And Japan by itself has 400. And ours is an environmentally friendly operational plant, but we are still being targeted, and it is so unfortunate. It is, well, it is problem of the plenty because we are good at it. That is why we are being targeted. However, I assure you, sir and madams, I will come clean out of it. And for being able to add more WTE plants, I would require a lot of government assistance. I want incentives, I want capital subsidies because, and it's not only for myself, I'm going to try and garner government support for even small players. I, by the grace of God, and my whole company is quite self-sustaining. We have capital, we are cash-rich company. Time to boast my that. But I want the government to encourage small players. Why not? India has so much scope for waste to energy. Why not have small players? They can get government grants, they can get large masses for large land masses because it's a very, very capital intensive program. And let me tell you, if the government helps us set up more plants and even small players, then there's hardly any working capital required. It's not even a fraction. And then it is easy because we will all come to a solution of this nasty pollution. There's mounds and mounds of pollution which is unhealthy for us, unhealthy for the planet Earth. Our Mother Earth is suffocating, cannot breathe. I would urge everyone here to help support this cause. Thank you. Namaste. Please, I would love to collaborate, sir. Number lijiye. Oh, I want to come to Indore and study it. Right. Lovely.
Their model of segregation of the waste.
Yes.
It starts not at school level or any other level. It starts at every house.
Agreed, sir.
And the model of carrying the waste by the municipal corporation, you can take the model of their transporting system. It is very well available. Every day morning 6 o'clock we hear the beautiful song of the Indore carrying that vehicle, and that vehicle has got lot of segregation models inside. So plastic will be separate, everything will be separate. The what do you call that, wala, that Gadiwala, he won't take the waste unless you segregate it and put it inside. He stops the waste. You have to, the public has to segregate and put it. It is a very easy job. It is adopted by Indore, and it is the cleanest city for the 5th time. And this could be easily practiced by all the cities.
I completely agree. We need to get the citizens together. We need to
Yes,
get the
yes, yes.
municipalities together.
Municipalities has devised that vehicle. If you want, you can take a look on that vehicle. It is very easily done, and it is easily practiced also.
Thank you, sir. I shall still take your number because I would need to study it at length. Thank you for adding. Namaste.
Thank you, Ms. Shraddha. Please stay with us on the stage for a moment. I request Professor Raja Pappu to felicitate our guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I invite Dr. Krishnakant Pulicherla, Scientist E, Department Technology, Translation Innovation Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to share his thoughts.
Only these two, right? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, right. Ma'am, will it be possible to stay back for 10 more minutes? Okay, okay. Because I visited your Jindal plants, so. No, Jindal is part of our effort, so sure, we'll catch up again, ma'am. So, thank you. Krishnakant, ma'am. Krishna. Right. So, sustainable waste management. So, cleanliness is very close to the heart of Mahatma Gandhi, but to initiate a program and to fulfill the dream of Mahatma Gandhi, it took decades of time. Finally, in 2014, the government has taken a mission program on the point of Clean India, that's Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Everybody knows that what kind of efforts or money has gone into this mission, but now from Department of Science and Technology, I want to just share how we are working for the sustainability of these initiatives, because until unless we don't tag S&T, then whatever investments has been made, that will not be sustainable. So that's a point here. So, sustainable waste management means we need to keep the material in use for as long as possible, and we need to minimize the waste reaching to the landfill site or for the incineration. So for an incineration point of view, ma'am from Jindal has spoken, so we'll touch upon few of the points there. So any framework, if you see a policy, everybody speak about this waste management pyramid. The first thing is prevention. So typical definition of waste itself says that it's an inevitable consequence of every of our activity, our industrial activity, so that's not possible for prevent, but there is a point of waste reduction that is in the hands of the citizen, which now our friend from Indore spoken about. So responsible citizens is to reduce and reuse, but today we are on the platform of talking on the scientific community. So the point of the scientific community is the recycle and recover. So we are looking for most environmental friendly, economically viable solutions to recycle, and the best recovery means the percentage of purity I'm talking about, the percentage of recovery and the purity I'm talking about, so which is in the hands of the scientific community. Only with this S&T support we can bring in a paradigm shift to the what's happening today, the landfill burning to the minimal things to the landfill. Now from morning onwards, everybody was talking about circular economy. Circular economy is not just about waste management, it's about life cycle assessment of every material going to a product. So we need to understand that. So right from material development, process development, and the waste management altogether, circular economy, and Honorable Prime Minister of India has spoken about circular economy in the last Independence speech. From now onward, from then onwards, a lot of work has gone in this. Now NITI Aayog has made national action plans for the circular economy, so DST is a knowledge partner for this. Now just for a glance only, I have captured these details. This entire, the waste generated from across the world and India. So if you see India here, we are not in the red zone because per capita waste generation is far less than the many nations here. So India per capita is only less than 0.5 kg. But because of the population density, it is highest concern for us, because if you see any of this waste, India either stands in third or fifth. People are accusing that we are the most polluter in the world. So it's a major concern is here because of the density of the population. So now, Madam was talking about segregation, Sir was also talking about segregation. Even developed nations also could not able to reach to the expected segregation at source. Many, even US also, New York also, if you see the maximum segregation at source is only near to or less than 50%. The maximum we can see on that figure of 70%. India is also highly promoting wherever the municipal corporations are active, the IS officers are very active. Only those cities we can able to see the good segregation at source. So there are the challenge we are promoting extensively on this. Professor Ghosh was also talking about how he's inculcating the school children. And coming to the recycling, India, mostly recycling is in the hands of the informal sector. So we are putting all our efforts to organize this sector. So because they don't have lack of regulation, safety standards, we are pushing hardly to bring this to this, organized sector. The composting now, many cities, they are insisting on the resident welfare associations to have at the source itself some composting pits and so on to reduce the amount reaching to the landfills. The waste to energy plants, Madam was talking about, there are 15 in the country. If you see successful waste energy plants, only few in the country. And last week also Supreme Court and National Green Tribunal is keep reminding CPCP to urgently give a report because on the flue gases, if they are not up to the standards of the pollution control norms. So there are many challenges in running the waste to energy plants. We need to find the alternatives and highly capital intensive. What Madam said is correct. So most of the waste is still ending with the landfill sites. So now if you don't properly manage these landfill sites, so many issues you can clear. Every day you can observe many incidents out of this improper waste management. This is one incident happened in Delhi. Delhi is having 3 landfill sites which are unengineered. So countrywide, if you see, there are more than 100 unengineered landfill sites are there. So many incidents here and there keep happening here. So not only what is the visible damage here, all the leachates are going to groundwater, many cancers are being reported. There are many cases in the Supreme Court and the National Green Tribunal about the contamination. And morning I was talking about, it's everyday story for us. Winter, if you see this, winter May, you will see this. These are farm fires, and throughout the year, we will see this. This is a sanitary landfill site fire. So Delhi is the 3rd largest air polluted city in the world. So that's our concern. Now, improper waste management. Morning also somebody was talking about how it is really impacting our, entire right from our fertile lands to the what kind of stress it's creating on the water sources and what kind of exposure we are PM 2.5 and economic loss because of the waste. So there's a huge toll we are paying for this. So now, other than all this heavy toll, I'm talking about the dependence on the metals. Today we are talking about self-reliance, but if you see on the point of energy transition, we are pushing the electric vehicles, solar, wind energy, but if you see for these to satisfy these renewable energy sources are dependent on the metals, if you see, whatever the EV vehicles scale their dependency. And even for the agriculture side also, for fertilizer potash, we have 100% of dependency. So for the critical minerals, India is heavily depending on the imports. Then what the solution for this is? The alternative is already there is a lot of dump available in the country in the name of scrap. If you can rightly tap this, we can reduce the dependency on the imports. So a lot of energy can be saved if you rely on the recycling instead of the mining and the wars. So energy savings, we can, a lot of economic benefits are there, water conservation, even the greenhouse gas can be reduced a lot if you can depend on the recycling. But only concern is we don't have good technologies here. So it's all in the hands of you and me, how to build environmental friendly and scalable technologies to reach this target. So now it's not waste until it is wasted. So currently global benchmark, if you see 85% is the recycling rate, but India stands at only 20%. So we are the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So we need to address this. Now we are talking about Vikasit Bharat. So by 2047, we are aiming to recycle scrap in steel production to 50%. So now many policies are making it to encourage this. So 2021 already a policy has been formulated for the steel and aluminum sector. And also we are enforcing for the extended produce and responsibility guidelines we are strengthening now. And now for the agricultural waste also, we have initiated programs like recycling on wheels, because transporting the agriculture waste is one of the costliest affair. So we need decentralized solutions for this. Now aligning to this, realizing that this is in the hands of informal sector and the importance of this, it's an important social issue with economic potential. DST started a program in the name of Waste Management Technologies in 15-16 financial year, with an objective of to develop material recycling system with low environmental loading. Our focus is across all the sectors of the waste, right from biomedical, electric waste, electronic waste, agriculture waste, and all the industrial hazardous and non-hazardous waste, including municipal waste and plastics. So we are focusing on it. Just for the example's sake, I have picked up few of the projects which have reached in the pilot scale. So this is one. Now, next week I am going to Tiruchi, because already this pilot plant has been set up in Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited in Tiruchi for the electronic waste, for the metal recovery. And the very interesting work, this is, morning I was talking about the diversified, complexity in the country. So for Himalayas, Uttarakhand and all, the temperatures are extreme. So that's what for the hilly regions, now we are working for the, anaerobic digestion by a cold adopted bacterial culture for the handling the agriculture as well as the municipal solid waste. Now for the waste electrical electronic equipment, because if you see the last 10 years of plastics and what kind of plastics really gone into the material, every generation there will be change in the plastic. So engineering plastics, different engineering plastics are there, handling that is very difficult. So it's like assorted plastics. So we developed a technology to handle assorted different engineering grade plastics. Not only technology just for developed, now it's demonstrated. We established a center to handhold the startups and the companies till they get the confidence that they can run their own business. We'll train them for the plastic management. This is like upcycling. And this is in Hyderabad for the leachate treatment. Now we have established a plant for the handling the leachate. This is one interesting story, because in all southern India, we can see many silkworm industries, very unorganized sector. They used to throw all this waste here and there in the land. So there are hundreds of the silkworm small-scale industries are there. As of now, they are wasting and throwing out all the valuable organic material. So now we developed a technology to come up with value materials out of this silkworm industry waste. This is one example under agricultural waste. Now this is one modification in the engine with V8 value we are working on. So development of direct injection technology for hydrogen enriched biogas coming out of the agriculture stubble waste. So now this is the one example in the Coimbatore. Madam was talking about incineration. But India, if you see, many of the cities are the small and medium scale cities where per day waste generation is less than 500 tons per day. So where we can't go for the incineration plants, the best alternative for is the gasification plants where investment is less and fluke gases can be easily controlled and which will be under the control of pollution norms. So we are giving an alternative for the Indian small cities, because many of the cities will be around 5 to 50 or 52 maximum 500 tons per day. So recently, there was a discussion in AP Assembly also regarding all this. So this is one plant we erected in Coimbatore. This is another important aspect of the waste management. From the eggshell, there is a very high value biomedical material which can go into dental and bone implants. So now AMTZ said, my friend has come for 3D printing. So now this material is ready, already commercialized. Now we are working for the 3D printing of the material came out of the eggshell. Now this is on the foundry. India is having such a huge, big foundry. Thousands of the foundry industries are there, right from Rajkot, Coimbatore, and many places. So the foundry sand, waste sand is one of the big menace. So now we find an alternative to give a value material, value green construction material out of the foundry sand. Now, Prasad Rao knows about this. This is for the assorted aluminum scrap, because waste management becomes complex only because of the complexity in the raw material. If you get a segregated, it's not a big complex issue. So now the same way, aluminum scrap also, if you get a quality scrap, it's not a big issue. But problem is, we'll get always a mixed waste. So mixed assorted aluminum scrap ke liye we established a center in Coimbatore. Now this is a plant working on this. And now this is a steel industry waste. So in Gujarat, Surat, we have put a testing tracks by using the slag coming out of the metal industry waste. So different weather conditions, we are testing for skid resistance, water logging, night vision. We're all testing this road quality here. Now this morning our Krishnaya was talking about Chimakurti of Andhra Pradesh. It's not only Chimakurti of Andhra Pradesh. If you see Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, many states in the country have stone industries for marble and granite. Huge amount of marble slurry cutting waste is coming out there. So far they are just dumping on the roads. Now it is becoming a big destination for the film shooting as well as the pre-wedding shootings. Now we made a material out of it. It is like a stone material, a good, relatively good material compared to the wooden panels. So now the final example which I want to see now is a concerted effort is required to address any challenge in agriculture waste or any other waste handling issues. Now this is one concerted effort which we are making for the agriculture waste. As morning I was talking about, it's not the concern only for the Delhi or northern states. Across the country, many people burn the agriculture waste because they don't want to spend money for labor. Labor has become very costly. Machineries are not affordable for the marginal farmers. So what is required is we need to make out a wealth or a remunerative option for the farmers. So now we are trying for that. So food, feed, fodder, fuel, and fertilizers. So 5 Fs with a D4 concept. Now we're making a big consortia project. Just see what kind of people are involved in this. A chemical engineering department will work for the product and the process. Now for the food supplement and nutrition supplement, All India Institute of Medical Sciences will work for the validation of this food, and feed in agriculture, veterinary college will work for the validation of the material in the poultry industry. Fodder for the animals will be helped by Agriculture University, and fuel, Merino Industries in Hapur, Uttar Pradesh will be helping for the pilot scale trials of the fuel coming out of the biogas coming out of the agriculture waste, and fertilizer, we are associated with the Indian Agriculture Research Institute in New Delhi for field trials of the fertilizer coming out of the agriculture waste. So these many people and institutions are involved in this, and for working on the economics part and market strategy, we are associated with the Indian Institute of Management, Nagpur. We are helping for the market strategy. And also to go to the masses, we are tying up with the self-help groups and the non-government organizations where they will help for the awareness, training about this concept of this. Finally, for policy making, a policy cell for Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi is also helping for us. This is a concerted effort. Now we make it as a collaborative project. We're working for handling of agriculture waste. Until unless we find a good remunerative option, handling this waste is very difficult for us. Now, few more key areas. Morning, somebody was talking about construction, demolition waste, because India is highly aggressive in the infrastructure projects. Huge amount of C&D waste is generating, and attending is highly energy intensive. So we are looking for the alternatives. So for every sector, we tapped various research problems. Now we are attending from the Department of Science and Technology point of view. So thank you very much. I hope I finish in 10 minutes of time.
Dot on, sir, 10 minutes. Thank you very much for that. Next, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Yeah.
Sir, please.
There is a policy called polluter should pay. Okay? There is a policy called polluter should pay. And this this is not a segregated policy, it is in the constitutional act, Environment Act as well as NBT Act. But when NGT gives a judgment on polluter pays principle, government is taking bypass to dilute it. It happened in fly ash. The point here is billions of tons of fly ash is laying, and it needs decades of efforts. When efforts are fructifying, policies are drawn to sell the fly ash. So how can your ministry plug these loopholes and uphold the agenda of constitution that polluter pays principle prevail all through?
Okay, sir. So I want to address this only in offline, okay?
Yes, we request the delegates to interact with the speakers during lunch. That would be very convenient.
So many students need this because they will be the future sufferers of these conflicting acts. That is why I put it in open form.
Is it in online, sir? Is it recording? Okay. We'll meet in lunchtime.
Thank you. Thank you. I request Dr. Christian Engelsen, Chief Scientist, SINTEF Norway, to share his thoughts.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can spare 10 minutes for this presentation. I will go through a few examples from Norway in waste management, and then I will go further on to our collaboration with Central Public Works Department in our India-Norway project on construction and demolition waste. I'm from SINTEF. Can I please have the presentation? I'm from SINTEF, and SINTEF works in these most of the waste management areas, from industrial waste, e-waste, C&D waste, and also, of course also hazardous waste. While we are waiting, I hope that most of you were getting the point of Professor Saddam Ghosh and his mission to the school children, catch them young. That is a very important, important mission, and I was very astonished to learn more about it. All right. Circular economy, one of the main ideas with circular economy is to keep the materials, I'm not saying waste, but keep the materials and the energy in a closed loop. And if you look at sustainable circular concrete materials, it contains of different circles, different value chains that in itself needs to be circular. So we see here from on the screen, we need, if you think of concrete, cement and concrete, we need recycled aggregate, we need to reuse the concrete, we need co-processing, we need alternative binders in concrete, and we need recycled aggregate from concrete to road construction, and we need to recycle the concrete sludge. So all of these are actually contributing to a circular economy, and it contributes to circularity in many other industries. That is a very important point. If you look at the MSW, we all have seen this picture. It's very heterogeneous and can contain a lot of fractions, and it emits CO2. And it generates fly ash, which is hazardous, and municipal solid waste incinerated bottom ash, which is considered as ordinary waste, but it's not recycled in Norway. So we had an idea, or we developed a technology through a project called CARB-HEA, carbon capture and storage, to ash from VTE, utilizing mineralization in order to create a pulver that is considered as a cement replacer. We all know that the bottom ash and also the fly ash has mineralization or carbonation abilities, meaning that it absorbs CO2. It mineralizes the CO2. It's mainly from the calcium oxide species in the ash. And you can see here the uptake potential of different ashes at different concentrations. I'm not going into details here, just showing the principle. This is not. This is a sketch of a typical VTE with the burner, and the gas is going through the baghouse filter and the scrubber and through the pipe. And we are installing in this project a carbonation reactor. These carbonation reactors is actually controlled by a software which is AI developed for this process to monitor the carbonation or the mineralization grade. How far have we come? Have we come to the 80 or 90% mineralization? This ash is actually immobile. This mineralization process is actually taking up CO2. It is making the ash more reactive as a pozzolanic material, and it's actually decreasing the leaching of heavy metals. That's our approach and our goal for this project. And it's going to be used, or it's used in concrete block, pavement block production, but also in ready-mix concrete production. Here we see an example of a full-scale trial for the pavement blocks, with full-scale or full laboratory leaching experiments of these pavement blocks, which are containing 20% MSWBA by weight of binder. All right, this is another example of another byproduct or waste product from the silico-manganese industry and the ferrosilicon industry, which this slag is actually valorized to a fully SEM or fully cement replacer, which is now actually being standardized in Norway. This standard is actually making the ready-mix concrete industry allowed to take and use this up to 30% in their ready-mix concrete production. Without this standard, this pulver has no value. All right, this is just to show the strength development at 7, 28, and 90 days of curing for this. This is actually the silico-manganese slag, and you can see that the strength development is extremely good. It's better than the control. So this is really a hot topic in Norway. And the concrete industry will swallow this pulver as soon as it's on the market. Yeah, this is actually a full-scale trial from October this year. This is actually in Indian context, it's M45 structural concrete, which are standing in Norwegian hazardous environment with chlorides and freeze-thaw cycloses. So this is actually the first pilot we did with this silico-manganese slag. Yeah, okay, over to another very big waste stream, construction and demolition waste. It is very, very heterogeneous. As you can see, it consists of concrete, glass, stone, sand, excavation materials. If you notice the draft of the new C&D rules, 2024, C&D waste is now defined with excavated materials, making this assumption of 150 to 175 million tons of C&D waste annually generated in India, and underestimate, according to my opinion. Anyway, we all agree upon that this is a very, very big solid waste stream, and it's a very huge resource. So yeah, here you can see iron-rich, lateral-rich C&D waste in the roads of Goa. So we have advanced technology which are able to clean the materials. Here you see the most modern plant in Norway, 450 tons per hour, making recycled aggregates with excellent properties. So we all agree upon that treatment and recycling of C&D waste equals to recycled products. And we have demonstrated this in a number of full-scale trials in Norway, but also now in India. And yeah, this is a newly taken picture from the biggest RMC producer in Norway, where you can see they have a separate bin for the recycled aggregates. With this background, we formed a MOU with the Central Public Works Department and the government of Goa to a so-called India-Norway project, where the main objective is to increase the treatment and recycling capacity in India. So, and this India-Norway project is supported by the Norwegian Embassy in New Delhi. And we have partners like L&T Construction and Recycle Triangle Institute, India, and also Resilient Concrete Solutions in Mumbai. And we have also tied up, as you can see, we are also tied up with other industrial partners like Godrej in Mumbai. All right, okay. This program has been conducted now for several years and will actually be ended at the end of 2026. So we have 2 more years to go. And we have conducted study tours for Norway. We have conducted workshops, high-level workshops with the former urban minister, Mr. Hardip Singh Puri, and together with the Norwegian ambassador in Vigyan Bhavan in Delhi, just to really create this momentum. I think this momentum is already created, but it needs to be persist. We have been conducting full-scale trials together with L&T Construction. This concrete slab is actually with 50% of recycled fine aggregates. And this was conducted a couple of years ago, and this has now been repeated by L&T Construction. And actually here they are going from 40 to 60% RCA sand fraction, which is an ongoing pilot as we speak. And this is a very good example of how things can be replicated. This is from C&D waste from Goa, where Sandeep Malhotra in Ever Enviro in Burari has been producing or been part of the full-scale trial, where we produced this recycled concrete block, which for which has now been sought a patent and been given a patent to Goa Waste Management Corporation. All right, we are helping or assisting Godrej Construction with their recycled aggregates, concrete blocks, with to measure, to do high advanced measurements on the mineralization potential. As you can see here, the Godrej concrete blocks are actually being measured for mineralization potential in the SINTEF laboratory. And we are working now and coming very close to actually issue an environmental product declaration, where we are incorporating these results, which has not been done before, as far as we know. All right, if you want to learn more and see more about our results, you can come to our C&D waste session today in Hall 9 from 2:30. I urge every one of you, if interested in this, to come. Thank you for the attention.
Please stay with us for a moment, Dr. Christian. I invite Professor Raja Pappu to felicitate our guest. Dr. Christian, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We have the final speaker with us today, Mr. Santosh Kumar Balivada, CEO, Additive Manufacturing Group, AMTZ Limited.
Good afternoon, dear guests and my fellow panel speakers. So, just before the lunch, I'll make sure that it's not very boring. But I must admit that these slides are prepared just before my shower in the morning, so there must be some sleepiness embedded into it. So, sustainability in manufacturing. As a manufacturing expert, I must bring in the concept of manufacturing and what are the initiatives that we do at AMTZ to make sure we are implementing sustainable practices while we produce a lot of medical devices. Right? So way back in 500 BC, a Vedic scholar has termed the name Parmanu in India, and Parmanu, when it is combined with multiple Parmanus, becomes Padartha, which is matter, and the matter becomes Prakriti. We see Prakriti and understand matter. This is also science. And later, after several years, somebody in Greek termed molecules and atoms, which is the same concept. And again, after many years, John Dalton got a Nobel Prize because he created that as a theory. So my point here is this Paramanu or the Padartha or the matter is defined by our Vedas in different contexts, whether Panchabhutas or any other aspect. So the concept here is the interconnectedness of all the matter, and then came a small verse which says Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate. So what that verse means is everything is born out of completeness and goes back into completeness. So that's what is my talk about. How a completely manufactured product gives us smaller components which goes back into the society and can be recycled or remanufactured. So my talk would be concentrating on those areas, and so I hope you will like it. So way back in ages, we had a linear process of innovation. It is one technology, we research on it, starting with the science, we make the product and we distribute it, right? Today we have a lot of technologies bringing together different processes. There are different components in it. There is a different types of waste that each process generates. So the challenge of manufacturing is multifold now instead of a single fold earlier. So this is a research by Deloitte which says how manufacturing has evolved and what kind of manufacturing concepts are today being utilized. So all of them are contributing the manufacturing capability of the latest devices. So what we do at AMTZ is really because of the innovation that we require in medical devices. A lot of companies spend at least 10% of their revenue in this innovation, and while they innovate, there is a lot of waste that is generated. There is a lot of biomaterials, there are repeated processes, and the repeated process gives us different materials that we should recycle, right? So when we are looking at a global product, these are unavoidable situations. But we have to do it. India is the largest medical device manufacturing in next 4 or 5 years, right? And national self-sustenance is dependent on medical devices. So manufacturing of medical devices is important concept for us. We all should understand it. Also, we have to understand it from a sustainability perspective. So when you look at this is a research publication that says who all are involved in the value chain of medical devices manufacturing. So we have payers, financial institutions, providers, purchasers, and producers. So not just the manufacturers, when we use those medical devices, we also produce waste, right? So all these intermediaries produce waste by themselves. And the value creation should not stop at manufacturing itself. The value creation should extend it to co-creation, and the value should be obtained from the recycling and remanufacturing process as well. So finally, the innovations of healthcare is under different areas. Innovations on body, innovations for the community, innovations for hospitals, innovations for clinics. And it's a responsibility of all of these stakeholders to understand their role in self-sustenance. So education system, research centers, and producers, all of them are part of this goal. So this is, again, a research publication which reinforces the statement that I've made in value chain. So these are excerpts from United Nations publications, which says why science parks are important and what are their goals. So exactly AMTZ is doing what this is published many years ago without actually referring to these problems. So when you establish a scientific cluster, you have multiple stakeholders in it. You have policies and schemes. You have reskilling and skilling, cultures, collaborations. You have science and society. You have the infrastructure, which is the most important part of manufacturing, right? And that's what we have created. From the last 3 slides, whatever I said, we have established in AMTZ. These are multiple centers which takes care of the complete value chain to manufacture 1,200 different medical devices in India. And to proudly say, during COVID, we have supplied these devices to all over the country and even exported it. So before going into the concept of creating value from the remanufacturing, you have to understand what manufacturing has. So this is again taken from a research publication where it's talking about the value smile, which talks about prototypes, metalworks, plastics, extrusion, molding, weaving, all the processes that are involved. And finally, it would be assembled and produced to bring it into the market. So when you remanufacture, when you introduce a concept of remanufacturing, this is also important. We need to understand each and every process so that the value is created. Why? Because the product, when it goes into the market and your sale timeline is expanding, the sale of that product is diffused. But you have to create value for the diffused product itself. So that's why it's very important to understand the value curve of manufacturing. So this is the ecosystem that we have. These are only 3 pictures of the 22 centers that we have for production. And all of them, we are looking at a sustainable model to make sure the waste is produced less and it will be reutilized. So this is particularly my center, which has different materials and manufacturing processes. So from these centers, we have created a lot of innovations, right? We've indigenized a lot of processes. We have created value for local production. We are not dependent on different countries now for certain materials. National emergency situation. During COVID, our manufacturing capability has actually helped to produce products that are required for health and benefits. So capacity building like oxygen generation, cost conscious, international connections. We have established a lot of international centers that help us achieve sustainability while we innovate new things, right? And academia industry impact. We are interacting with Geetham for long now for many research projects, and all of them are aimed to create advanced materials with sustainability in mind. So this is what we do. We accelerate the product launch into the market. These are the complete value chain that we have established. So whatever we remanufacture, we remanufacture it with a scope of different types of devices, right? From polymers to the masks that we used in COVID, we ensured that a lot of them can be designed for remanufacturing, not just designed for manufacturing, designed for remanufacturing. So design for remanufacturing is to create a value in the beginning and to preserve the value and recover the value while you obtain the components out of the manufactured products, right? So the interconnectedness with different stakeholders in manufacturing is called closed loop manufacturing, where we have consumer behavior, product design, supply chain issues, and remanufacturing technologies by themselves. So we need to have certain questions in mind when we need to remanufacture the devices. When we obtain the waste from the manufactured products, we understand that we have to have certain questions which we should answer while designing for remanufacturability. So it's similar to failure mode analysis, but it is very important to understand all these. Functional failures, failure consequences when we remanufacture especially. It should not, because we are talking about medical devices. Medical devices are something which is life-saving. And when you remanufacture it, the quality must be ensured as much as it is for the original product. So this is what I talked about some time back. The product sales quantity decreases. The potential of the returned quantity goods at the end of life might be smaller, but still we create with design for remanufacturability, we create a potential for a resale of these products. And we ensure the remanufacturing is possible through design for remanufacturing. So this is the framework for biomedical waste, the waste that is in biomedical. On healthcare waste type, you have different types of waste from pharmaceutical through packaging, transportation, treatment, etc. From nursing homes to pathological labs, you have multiple stakeholders where the waste is generated. If you look at the hospital beds that we have in India, roughly around 19 to 20 lakhs beds are there in hospitals, and in rural hospitals, we generate about 1.5 kgs of waste per bed. And this is much, much lesser for the India's capacity because we are at a deficit of 2.4 million beds. So imagine the waste that we create for each bed when we have the actual capacity of healthcare in India. That's why it's very important to understand its sustainability now and make sure the manufacturing practices and usage practices of the stakeholders encompass all that in their usage. So this is a mathematical model generated by a Chinese researcher where they said how to establish the medical waste deposition centers. So it's a fuzzy logic which is required to understand how many medical institutions are there per area, and through a medical model at what time it is important to establish such a center so that they take care of their waste management. Why mathematical model? Because we are running into situation where we are all is enabled by artificial intelligence, right? The machines operate by themselves. So mathematical model is the model that works for identifying the best waste deposition centers, right? So this is the same concept that I just explained. So diffusion area is calculated by a mathematical model where the diffusion center is established so that for every region at the right point, we have a medical waste deposition center. So we have a Society for Plastics Engineering central office at AMTZ where they are helping us to understand the medical plastics wastage, how to neutralize it and do a better job in medical plastics. So most of the medical devices have a consumables which are made of plastics. And we are also inaugurating ASM, American Society for Materials, Vizag chapter in AMTZ tomorrow morning. So they are also going to build a sustainable model with us, helping us understand how to remanufacture metals without creating much of a waste. So you're all invited for the event if you happen to be on that side of the city. So through Vizag Science and Technology Cluster, there are 6 Vizag Science and Technology Clusters issued by Principal Scientific Advisor of India. Vizag is the youngest member of that Science and Technology Cluster. So this Geetham is also a very, very close partner of this initiative, and one of the key areas that we have identified is the solid e-waste management center. So we are going to establish an e-waste management center within the next 6 months, and the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office has been very kind enough to grant us this center and monitor it closely. So this is our center's layout that we are creating. I'm not going into the technical details of it. We are going to concentrate on electronics waste at the first level. We have also established AR/VR lab, to understand the exact points of where a device fails, and AR/VR training is important to us to identify the right, instead of dismantling or disassembling the complete product, we can actually treat each component exactly by understanding it through the virtual reality. In manufacturing, there is a lot of shipping in logistics. shipping leaves enormous levels of carbon footprint, the flow of materials into manufacturing facility, all this creates a lot of pollution and a carbon footprint. And transportation sector accounts for almost 30% of all US emissions. Out of that 30%, I think 70% is of industrial waste. So industrial manufacturing is an important aspect to consider when you are talking about sustainability goals, right? So if you look at the value chain of Apple phone, you have different companies supplying different components of the Apple phone from different parts of the country. Forget about Apple phone, even if you look at cotton industry, cotton is generated in one place and it is sent to China for processing, comes back to Bangladesh for manufacturing, gets into different countries for packaging. So just to wear your clothes, you are creating a lot of carbon footprint, which we cannot avoid as well. But creating a local value chain could help us. So whether it is Apple or Pepe Jeans clothes, we are creating a lot of footprint. So manufacturing has a lot of problems. On one side, we have to understand that India has to be self-sustainable by manufacturing, but on the other side, we also should keep in mind that we don't leave a carbon footprint while we achieve our goals. So the most challenging sector is the industrial sector, right? So we have a couple of additive manufacturing centers which is helping us, do manufacturing with almost zero waste. Because additive manufacturing builds layer by layer, we don't actually cut the material and throw that as a waste. We can reuse the material that we are creating in additive manufacturing. So additive manufacturing is our first initiative for self-sustainable goals in manufacturing industry. So it basically, the design itself helps us to make sure we don't create waste raw material, and the material that you use can be reused in the machine. If you are using powder for 3D printing, there is a lot of powder that is left. You can actually put it into a reprocessing machine and use the powder again, right? And it's a distributed manufacturing. I've spoken about a lot of transport costs and transport carbon footprint. With additive manufacturing, you can create a distributed footprint. I can manufacture something of my design from here in US, in China, in Sri Lanka, anywhere. Or they can 3D print it from there to India to supply it to their Indian consumers. There is no carbon footprint because that material is not traveling, right? So additive manufacturing is one of the key areas for self-sustainable manufacturing. So the digital framework of additive manufacturing really helps. The digital twins help us not to waste a lot of materials, components. We simulate it, we use digital twins to understand the actual composition required for anything so that we don't use excessive raw material. We don't do more prototypes than we require. We are talking about digital twins, which I've just explained, and then we are creating smart structures like electronic 3D printing. We are not going to waste the prototypes of electronics. We know exactly how many components we require for each Apple chip. Way back in 1970s or 80s, we would have just used 4 or 5 transistors in a device. Now, if you look at Apple 15 device, you are using 1 billion transistors. You are manufacturing that many components for a single device. So additive manufacturing helps us in extreme scales, micro and nano scales. We are 3D printing in the space. We are 3D printing the engines or the components that we require right in the space with a 3D printer. And we are able to 3D print all the critical devices in healthcare, not just the rocket engines, but these components are which helps us in sustenance of our healthcare. Biodegradable implants. Earlier, there used to be implants which you have to remove after 10 years, but we are in a stage where 3D printing can help us customize your implants, and they are biodegradable as well. Heart stents, heart valves, all of them can be created with a biocompatibility and a biodegradability factor for it. So the implants, when they become strong, the structures that supports the implant can be dissolved inside your body. It need not be taken out, so there is no waste. So this is an engine that was 3D printed by General Electrics. Earlier their own engine used to use 855 components. With additive manufacturing, they have reduced the component manufacturing to just 12. Because now the design is optimized with the design for manufacturability and the design for remanufacturability. So this is the greatest achievement for manufacturing industry, if you ask me, for sustainability goals, because reducing 855 components to just 12 means you eliminated a lot of usage of machines. When you utilize the machines efficiently and reduce the number of machines used, the oil used by it, etc., everything has been minimized. So additive manufacturing has been a greatest boon for all of us, that we've created a sustainable manufacturing practice through it. So in the future, where we make machines by machines. We are not going to make machines by our own. Machines are going to make themselves in future. They know how to optimize better than humans with artificial intelligence, etc. If you ask me, to be very frank, the lot of waste is because of human desire or human usage, right? So it's we've created waste centuries ago, and now we are talking about that in conferences to how to reduce that waste. So I hope machines making machines would definitely reduce the usage of unnecessary raw materials or generate a lot of waste. This concept has been in the movies 15 years ago in Star Wars movie, and today we are at that place. So finally, I would like to conclude by looking at the way how India operates. We talk about unity in diversity, right? So we have a lot of diverse practices. Even in manufacturing, you have diverse processes, but the unity is about it. While the global politics reached a stage of polycrisis, a world war scenario, etc., all of us are united by one goal. I think it's sustainable goals. Any country, whether you are fighting with any other country, you will be achieving unity in understanding these goals. So I think the recycling, remanufacturing, or e-waste management is the one underlying factor that all the countries would adopt. So with that, thank you for this opportunity, Professor Raja, and hope to be here again and again. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Santosh. I request Professor Rajapappu to present the token of appreciation. We're grateful to our keynote speakers for sparing their valuable time and thoughts. Thank you very much, everybody. And dear delegates, please join the post-lunch technical sessions at Geetham School of Business. Request all to proceed to KRC, lawn for lunch. Have a great day ahead. Thank you very much, everybody.